Okay, I'm going to hope that this works. I hope that you all can hear me. I can't hear anything. Um, yeah, this is weird. OBS is being weird on me. Hold on a second. I had a Windows update last night. I'm gonna restart the stream. Now I have audio. I needed to restart OBS to get audio. Oh my god. Alright, we hopefully are good. Hopefully we're good. The AE2 is starting. I think I probably missed the draft and the start of the game, but that's okay. We will get there. They're in the lobby still. Whew, didn't miss the start of the game. We're good. We are good. TTL continues, starting with Sora Kuma versus Fire. Oof, oh my gosh, chat. Once we get into this game, I got one heck of a venting session to do. Hello, Big Crotplasm. You can hear me just fine. No, I could not hear anything. The problem was, Schuster Cat. Twitch is gonna play an ad, and then once the ad's done, I will vent. I'll vent everything I need to vent. I'll have a spectator delay that probably lines up with the ad properly, so I think I'll be good. Oh my gosh, I'll give you guys one heck of a vent. It'll be very sus. You'll know I'm the imposter right away. My overlay I should have fixed a few bugs with my overlay, so hopefully that'll be working better. Morning, everyone. Let me grab the drafts, because we should have the drafts. Yes, oh, we have a Coast Arena game. Lovely, lovely. Here we go. Morning. Didn't know Fire was playing this morning. Yep, played yesterday and is playing again today. So welcome everyone. We'll have... What is this map draft for them? Quarry, Coast Arena, and African Railway. I updated the map draft, right? That isn't just... I didn't just accidentally reuse the one from Ganji. And no! Oh my gosh! What is this beautiful map selection we have? Oh, that cheers me up right away. Hello, Josh Green. Hello, Cloud Onan Gaming. New day starting. Good morning. Good morning. Also, I made some overlay changes. So I'm hyped for the overlay changes. Okay, Twitch playing an ad for 2 minutes. Hopefully that satisfies us to get through Quarry. All right, chat. Are you ready? Are you ready for an overlay? 'Cause I hope I am. All right, are you ready? We got 1 minute for the ad to end, but we'll hop in. And boom. What do you think of the overlay? I got the unique units up there at the top of the scoreboard. I got the unique units there. Some of them are a bit jank because they're meant for a square icon and the icon's cut off. I need to think about what I'm going to do with that. But I have unique units up here. The mouse cursor will disappear when I go there, but they're there. And I think it's looking pretty nice. I like that I got the colors there. We don't have the capture age text that doesn't fit, and it like fades off. And it's not as thin. It's a bit, I think, more appropriate for that level of text. So, I'm going to sip my coffee and enjoy for a moment. Hopefully fix the bug too, where sometimes the stuff didn't show up. Ah, there we are. So welcome in everyone to a game of Quarry, and we'll have Sora Kuma as the blue way to the southwest, playing against Fire as the red woo to the northeast, rooting for Fire. Hello, Deadly Cookie. So, I'm glad that they didn't get started right exactly on time, because I was slightly late today, because I installed a Windows update last night. And after installing said Windows update, I turned on my PC, and I was clicking all my buttons to start OBS, get my stream all set up, and when I moved my mouse from my main monitor over to my second monitor, I saw a bit of lag, and the mouse cursor wasn't moving around smoothly. And I was like, huh, that's weird. So then I opened my... So I right-clicked my desktop, and I don't know why Windows 11 does this, but there are two right-click menus, and when you right-click, you need to click another button to see the full right-click menu. I don't know. But so I have to go to the second right-click menu and open my NVIDIA settings. And as a militia hits the scout for Fire, I saw that my second monitor was on 24 hertz for the refresh rate. 24 hertz. Which is nonsensical because it's a 144 hertz monitor, and I had no option to change it. So after restarting my PC a couple of times, I unplugged the monitor and plugged it back in, and I could set it, and then it was just completely black and it didn't work. So then I unplugged it and I plugged it back in again, and I could set it to 120 hertz, but it was flickering off and on and off and on. So then I unplugged it and plugged it back in again, and third time was the charm. And at that point, the monitor worked again, and it seems like it's working now. And then I start doing all my setup again, and I realized I couldn't hear anything. And apparently, my headphones also didn't connect. So I had to reinstall the HyperX app or update the firmware, and then restart my PC again, and then got them to connect. And you saw me just restart OBS, because after restarting OBS, as a Vil goes down there for Fire who didn't have Loom, he saw the Drush and didn't do Loom. I had to restart OBS because when I reinstalled the app, or the program, or what do we call programs these days? Are they apps? Are they programs? Are they driver software? I don't even know what it is. But after reinstalling that, I had to select another drop-down box in OBS to monitor the audio. And whenever I change that, I need to restart OBS. So I had to restart the stream. But now it seems like everything is working. Everything is working, unlike that dead villager from Fire. So thank you, Chad. I needed a vent. I'll finish my coffee. But now we have Quarry, and Coast Arena. So we have a good couple of closed maps. Aggressive maps sometimes? I don't even know what this map is. I've seen so many men-at-arms rushes. I think it's aggressive. You're still pissed when you buy a game and don't get a CD out of it? 100% agreed, Stark. 100% agreed. One of my memories as a child was I was visiting my grandparents, and when I was like 4 years old, one of the first video games I played was Doom 2. It was Doom 2, and I had never played the first one. And I was visiting my grandparents, and I wanted something to do while I was there. So I started looking through my dad's floppy disks to find the ones that had Doom written on them to install at my grandparents' house. And I got there, and I realized, once I installed them, it wasn't Doom 2, it was the original. And I had the original and played it for the first time ever. I was like, what is this? These floppy disks say Doom, but this isn't the game I'm used to. When I was in elementary school, the PCs actually had not like the small floppies, like the 3.5-inch ones. They had the 8-inch ones. I don't know what they call them in the rest of the world, where they probably don't use inches. Well, they were the large floppy disks. Game for AoE got childhood memories of low Glocken. going through border control, not getting a passport stamp. When I was returning from NAC, 2 Decembers ago, I went through the passport control at the airport, and the guy's like, "Well, what do you do in Germany?" I was like, "Oh, I'm casting an Age of Empires event," and he was like, "Oh, Age of Empires, my wife plays that." We had a nice discussion about Age of Empires at border control. So we had a nice drush. That'll steal some sheep, throw the sheep over to the corner. Nice laming from Sora Kuma. As the drush continues now for Fire, who still is in the Dark Age, so he is going full-on drush FC mode with all these walls. If I'm Sora Kuma, part of me is tempted to chop the reeds and bring the sheep back, and then complete the lane by bringing them back to base. But Fire? Ooh, Fire has a sneak villager. Now, if Sora Kuma were paying attention, he definitely would have seen that Vil. Now, this might be a big if when you're trying to micro and fight off a drush. But he has an archer walking back there, maybe looking for it. Yeah, it looks like he's trying to find the Vil. Fire maybe needed to run farther. Yeah, he's aware of this. He's aware of this. So Fire not going to be able to do too much there with the archer, even if he quick walls. So Vil's still attacking. And the Vil over there goes down. We'll have Feudal Age on the way for Fire. As the archer comes over and will force the drush away. Militia, lame phase, feudal castle, nothing happens. A siege warship for a bombard cannon versus traction trip. I know, we need people to chop through the reeds more often. This is the type of map that I bet will go through Platinum, and all the pros will completely ignore this and will not see it for a single game. And then we'll go to the Community League with the 900 ELO players, the 600 ELO players, and every single game we're going to see someone chopping the reeds and running through. Part of me is thinking I need to take these extra wood lines and just kind of remove them. They were always there on the map, so I didn't think too much about them. But maybe if I remove these wood lines and kind of force you to take wood in the back, it's not like you're going to run out of wood. But would actually make it a bit easier to be aggressive when you chop through the reeds, because then you wouldn't have these inner layers of walls as easily. You wouldn't have these inner layers of walls where you suddenly add 2 houses, and then you see them chop through and you react, and you have walls, and they don't accomplish anything. 600 ELO special, the slow imp into torsion engines, reed destruction sneak. Yeah, we might have people booming just to get torsion engines before they chop through. Add a gap on each side on the tree line, so players would at least force themselves to wall it. Yeah, it could be interesting if they have to fight over this. I've heard some people also suggest maybe putting some rock terrain here, so like you wouldn't be able to wall it after the reeds get chopped. There are a lot of maps with rock terrain, though. I don't want to add it to every single map we have. I feel like remove the inside woods. Glock isn't a fan of it. Maybe give some probability that it's open, like 10 to 20%. That sounds evil. You can transport faster than cutting? I mean, by the time you build the dock, make a transport ship, that's going to be slower than... Can you hear me now? Okay, now you can hear me. Alright. Well. Can everyone type in 11 in the chat to pay respects to Windows 11? First, my monitor's not working. Now my headphones aren't working. Now my audio interface isn't working. Thank you for the... Get some 11s in the chat. I need the moral support. So there's fire up to the Castle Age. And we're still pushing deer from Sora Kuma. Still pushing the deer. And there he's up to the Castle Age. Sora Kuma 2. Monastery for him. And we'll see maybe a fight over the relics, but both players with a few archers now. Don't think Fire is able to get in. So the Wu and the Wei. What do we think about them late game? If they're going to boom, both of them will have traction trebs. So traction trebs will be discounted for the Wei. The Wu will have traction trebs with their unique tech that fire additional projectiles if they do Sitting Tiger. And oh, don't let the Jian Swordsman in. The Wu will have Jian Swordsman. It'll be Tiger Cav versus Fire Archers. Oh yeah, also, I'm not just having tech problems. There was a water main break nearby the other day, and they're investigating it. And I don't have any water right now. The water's turned off during the day while they're investigating it. So I filled my pitcher of water in the morning, made myself a coffee, and now I don't have any more water. That'll hopefully come back on in a couple of hours. So everything is broken. Everything's broken. No water, Windows update, everything is broken today. I'm gonna need these people to pick Seychelles just so I get some water in AoE 2 to make up for not having it IRL. So 3TC boom for both of them, but Sora Kuma's got off to a better start. And he'll be grabbing, looks like the relic in the middle for him. As Fire has 6 archers, but they're in his TC. And I feel like that is a huge mistake because it's going to let Sora Kuma grab the relics in the middle. I think he needs to go forward. And maybe even crossbow Bodkin if he doesn't want Sora Kuma to have all the relics. But looks like that's not going to happen, and it will be a 4-1 relic lead. So the player, as the Wei, who probably has the better eco bonus with the free villagers, also now has the initiative in grabbing the relics. The Wei I've seen played a ton on Arena or various closed maps. The Wu, not so much. They're mostly a water civ. And I'm very scared of the late game composition for the Wei with Tiger Cav, Heavy Huiguang Cav, and Shinbei Raiders. But Albs that are fully upgraded and heal might be useful against all of those Cav units. At least the 2 melee Cav units. And against the Shinbei Raiders, how do Fire Archers do? They are a pretty long-range unit. Even against normal units. I guess the question is really, does Halb, maybe Jin Swordsman with the Pierce Armor? Together might counter that? Yeah, Traction Treb versus Traction Treb. Yeah, Wago, Shinbei plus Traction Treb, maybe Skirms. That's what I'm thinking. Shinbei Raiders plus Traction Treb is your main comp. So crossbow for Fire, and he'll push through the middle. Hal plus triple project. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm thinking here. I think you probably need something other than Halblow to deal with the Shinbei Raiders. So no ballistics, and there'll be some micro from Sora Kuma, as he's doing a Ram and a Mangonel. So Ram added in, looking to push through these walls. And the monk wants to convert a crossbow. Does get a conversion. Somehow Sora Kuma is microing those archers like a beast and winning against the crossbows. Oh, Mangonel! Uphill hit against the crossbows. Fire will now have to sit within the minimum range and wait for the mangonel to go down. Don't leave the minimum range, Fire. Okay, dodges the shot, dodges the shot. And that's still a ram inside the workshop as the Gen Swordsman deals with the crossbows. Maybe we don't wait to imp, maybe we have a Castle Age push. Fire is really far down in Vills. We have the 4th TC and 4 relics collected for Sora Kuma. There's another outpost up for him. Help Scorp. Oh yeah, what do the Scorpions work for them? No Siege Engineers for the Wu, so they won't have the best heavy Scorpions. Same thing for the Wei, no Siege Engineers. It's +1 range, but it doesn't change the attack. So maybe the Shinbei Raiders have low enough range that it would still be useful. Yeah, that's maybe interesting. Halb Heavy Scorpion. Or what's their siege? They have Onagers. Yeah, Onagers without Siege Engineers. Do feel kind of sad, especially with all the Traction Tribs. I don't know how Traction Tribs will do against Scorpions. I usually feel that they counter Siege pretty well. Scorpions and Traction Trib game is suicide. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, that the Traction Tribs will counter them. I don't know, maybe if the triple projectile, or what is it? How many extra projectiles is it? Maybe if they counter the Traction Tribs well enough from the way, then you just win. I mean, we'll have more Traction Tribs from the way, because they're discounted, but they won't be as good once the tech comes in. But Fire might struggle to get the tech in, because he's down 70 Vils. He'll go forward for a castle drop. And at this point, what does he do? Maybe play all in Castle Age the way he's set up, if Sora Kuma's up to Imp. And just hope that Sora Kuma won't have the eco if he clicks Imp and spends all those res on Imp to push army. But I don't know how you push without Traction Tribs. I guess it just has to be Rams. Yeah, the only thing you have for pushing will be Rams. Maybe if you're against Traction Trebs instead of normal Trebs, you're not as worried about losing the forward castle. But it'll be 2 defensive castles now from Sora Kuma. Unless this one somehow gets denied, I don't think Fire has the military to do that. Well, it is at 50%, and the swordsmen are in, as are the crossbows. Fire might be able to pick quite a few Vils here, but I don't think he stops this with the Tiger Cav on their way. Yeah, the crossbows will do... Well, they'll still do 2 damage to the Tiger Cav. They don't have their second armor yet. 2 coffees, please. Yes, this is live. This is live. Fire might not be alive for much longer, though. Sora Kuma is 30 Vils ahead in the boom, just about to hit Imp. That is the Imp TC, but Fire won't threaten it. Fire making Fire archers, but I think that archer might just be predicting the future. Yeah, there is the GG, and thank you, Draccio, for the follow. So now we get to update the overlay. 3 projectiles, 1+2. All right. And let's see, updating this overlay, what do we have? It's a win for Sora Kuma. Oh, the map say Coast Arena the entire time? The map was Quarry. Oops. Adding to the tech issues, I forgot to update the map. There we are. Updating the overlay. Yes. That's a 26-26 KD for both players. Eco, much better for Sora Kuma. And GG. So we'll probably have African River as the next map. I imagine Fire picks his home map. Let's see, we'll have Quarry for Sora Kuma. Kind of surprised that that went all the way to one of the final maps. What did Fire ban? He banned Tula Zimbabwe Bypass, and unlucky for him that that's the one that remains. But he did start with Seychelles and Monaco as the bans. Yeah, Sora Kuma picked a closed map and left the other ones over there. Let's see. Next game will be on African River. African River. Start capture age. Here we go. So let's just keep it normal speed. There we are. We'll have Fire to the west as the red Japanese and Sora Kuma to the east as the blue Chinese. As the Zebra is pushed in by Sora Kuma's scout, should get it to the TC. And shooting it with the TC. Man, I hate that. I hate that. I miss needing to shoot it with the Vils. I really miss needing to shoot it with the Vils. Anyway, Vils over on the lumber camp as more ostriches get pushed into from Sora Kuma. And now we look for how early will the dock be. The Japanese usually can dock super early because they save the wood on the lumber camp. Oh, and thank you, many Claw Hep Benny. Oh my gosh, I can't even read the whole name. Benny Bulu Yor for the.
It's the heart of Genghis Khan. We are doomed.
Your name's so long, it stretches onto a second line, and I can't read it all at once. But thank you very much for using your Prime sub. So anyway, the Japanese usually a bit quicker to get their dock up because they save 50 wood on the lumber camp. They can head out to build the dock earlier. On the other side, oh, it is the Chinese actually doing the dock first. And I'm always kind of surprised at the Chinese on hybrid maps these days, because I'm used to them usually being one of the lower tier picks, because at the start they lose food, they lose wood because of their extra 3 Vils. But now their TCs have extra pop space, so they don't need houses, so they make up the 50 wood that they otherwise wouldn't have. Well, thank you also, Anastasia.
Attila is king of the Huns. He will lead us to victory against our blood enemies.
I've been watching on YouTube and love your stuff. Thanks for casting. Well, thanks for the sub. Did I see this? I don't know what this is. Was that the pathfinding video? So more fishing ships on the way for Fire. So Fire's docked to the northwest and has a Vil looping around. We check his scouting. He has seen the dock from Sora Kuma. Hello, Genchus. Has seen the dock. And on this map, there are no shorefish, but there are a lot of deep fish. Your Vils collect from the shore and the deep fish at the same rate. Fishing ships, though, much faster from the deep fish, so all of them will be pretty valuable. Looking at res collected, I can't stop thinking Chinese. Should have been a ban. I think that Chinese really need to be banned if Stranded is in the map pool, because of that fishing ship they start with. I've seen them, like, 1,000 res collected by the time they hit Feudal in the lead. But yeah, an extra 300 here for Sora Kuma already. And Fire will go for the forward dock, but you can't really do anything with a forward dock until you get up to the Feudal Age and you can actually make warships. And I wonder where he's going to dock. Will he go all the way against the edge of the map? He's going to try to be secretive with it and not reveal it. But the earlier you build it, the more time there is to scout it. Also Mudflow. There are also tons of map like the rhinos here, where you have extra food on the rhinos compared to the boars. Or on this one, where you have all the extra zebras. Then also Valley with the hunt in the middle. A few maps where Mongols are going to be a really high pick because of the hunt bonus. I'm kind of surprised when Chinese and Mongols don't get banned. And then there's Persians who have kind of the same thing. They get plus 1,000 res collected without needing a special map for it. They just get that on every map. Chinese are not great in hybrid map. They are good. Sekiko is always, but I prefer them in pure land maps. I think Mudflow and Stranded in the map pool are very specific to helping the Chinese, though. Both with that starting fishing ship for Stranded and with the Shorefish by the TC for the Chinese. Where you should have 0 idle time and a simple 3-vil lead. This map should be Chinese favored. I honestly wouldn't think that looking at the map itself, but that's maybe my AOC days playing the Chinese showing itself rather than their current state. Being able to make the dock much earlier on hybrid maps makes them much better than they used to be. So is it Chinese favorite, Japanese favorite? I'm not sure. But res collected 300 more for the Chinese, and they still have about a 2-3-vil lead. This map also starts with Shorefish by the TC. Shorefish by the TC. So just like on Mudflow, you can take the fish right away, and you're going to have much less idle time than usual. See, 11 idle seconds for Sora Kuma. Oh, just up to 13 as I looked at it. But usually on the Chinese start, you'll have around 20 to 25 seconds. 20 would be a really efficient Dark Age with the Chinese on a land map. And here is the benefits of that. The very early drush. The Japanese are the ones that are facing the men-at-arms pressure. And that is such a smooth eco from the Chinese, more than they'd get on any standard land map. And yeah, unit composition-wise, well, I guess they have Fire Lancers. I mean, Fire Lancers are scary no matter what. Japanese having good archers plus samurai probably can deal with that. Good longswords. But overall, that eco lead continues to grow for Sora Kuma. And he'll try to break through, but Fire already down 3 vils, so that is, what, 25 to 30. He's trying to go for the forward dock, but Sora Kuma, he's prepared for that. He has a Fire Galley out, he's ready to respond. Was up so quickly, it's not like Fire was able to sneak into the fish and destroy them right away. And Fire, desperate to stop the men-at-arms, throws up a tower. And because he had gone for the dock, the tower, did he delete that? I think he deleted that. He has some stone left. Yeah, Tulu as well. List goes on. Yeah, because Tulu's the regicide start, so they have the extra food to begin with. Don't need anything for the Chinese bonus. Okay, there's a spear from Fire. The spear is not attacking the scout, though. It was attacking one of the man-at-arms. So that spear wasn't really useful. Fire is going to YOLO all the vills. Fire's going for the tower. This tower is denied, too. Oh, no. Oh, no. Everything falling apart for Fire. There's the GG. And, yeah, right from the start, the Chinese on this map are crazy good. And GG. That was a fast man-at-arms rush. The Japanese probably not expecting that. Nothing Fire did was in time. Again, losing some vills to the drush. Oh no, Fire. So that's 2-0 for Sora Kuma. And let's check the stats. Yeah, it's at 12-2 KD for Sora Kuma. With the Chinese economy. And yeah, just like Mudflow. You know, I didn't even think about that until Stark mentioned it in the chat because it's just like Mudflow. I mentioned over here at the dock, Vills gather. Oh, there's a dead Vill. Vills gather from deep fish and shorefish at the same rate. So having 2 shorefish by your TC is insanely good for the Chinese. This was the old, if you remember the map El Dorado, where one of the old school maps that put fish under the TC. You probably saw that back in the early Woobly days. There are a couple of versions of that with shallows or beach terrain. It was used in a lot of older tournaments. The Chinese were great there too because of the shorefish, and that continues for this map. Oh, yeah, that is crazy. All right, so 2-0 for Sora Kuma. Fire lost his home map, and now he has to play Costa Arena. And there are the Chinese with the first pick. So, yeah, Fire banned Mongols and Persians. I mean, what civ do you not want Sora Kuma to have with the first pick? Bengalis, Persians, Mongols, Vietnamese, Khitans, Chinese. Vietnamese, Khitan's probably one of the ones you let through. I mean, maybe if you're the second person drafting, you need to avoid banning the top tier civs and make sure there are ones left over for yourself. TCs seem close enough to douche. The problem is you have to walk really far around because there are the shallows and water in the middle. So it's not that easy to douche. Alright, let's see. Coast Arena will be the next map. Let's load into that. Will be Armenians and Dravidians. And I hope I wrote the civs for the wrong players. Hold on. And what is that? Fire luring the boar with his scout. There we go. Now I got the civs right. Sora Kuma smells like platinum. Sora Kuma's been playing very, very well this past year, and I think he's been improving. I keep seeing his name pop up more and more. Farther into events, I feel. Working from home and watching this, you hope you don't get fired. Well, Armenians, Dravidians. I think I prefer Armenians on this map. Let's see, we'll have some Vills on the mule cart to the side. And our fire will play the Armenians. He'll be to the north in the red against Sora Kuma in the blue. He'll be the Dravidians to the south. And wait a minute, is this map missing a... It is missing a relic. Alright, so that's added to my bug list. Missing relic. Well, they'll add it to the... Fire will add the relic to the map for us. Add to my list of Coast Arena bugs. All of my tech problems today, so... Coast Arena. Missing relic. Let me just message Petito. That's also the downside of us having a spectator delay of 2 minutes. We can't, like, get in and check the map immediately. the extra relic will fix my map bug for me. It's not like it's unfair, right? But it's, like, the same number of relics for both players. Is it a bug or an artifact? It's definitely a bug. It's definitely a bug. And I'll have to take another good look at the map generation to try to fix it. I checked probably several dozen maps to make sure all the relics spawned, but several dozen is a small number when there are very rare cases of bugs. And I really wish I had a better way of doing some automated testing, but I will have to fix that today. And 2 coffees, please. Thank you very much for the sub.
Lord Nobunaga is in Kyoto. We must rescue him to restore his honor.
Yeah, the Armenians came out with the Georgians in the last DLC. Or not the last DLC, several DLCs ago in the Mountain Royals. They have meal carts and they have fortified churches. Fortified churches is basically a monastery that when you garrison inside of it, it'll shoot arrows with vills. So you can hop in and out of it with vills and monks. And it basically is a very easy protective drop site for your resources. And on Coast Arena, will be great for grabbing map control. Not as strong as a castle, you can't make trebs from it. But you certainly can go forward, like we saw in that match the other day with Ganji, where he was forced out of his base and couldn't get to the middle due to all the fortified churches that were built in it. As one coffee is not enough. Yes, one coffee is not enough. Typo? What typo? Deadly cookie. Oh, they're misspelling under fire? Oh, yes, that's why the icon. Thank you. Thank you. There we go. Now the icon appears. Yeah. As I said, I'm still updating my overlay. In the future, I will have that be on my side. I'll have a selection menu, so I pick the sieve. And don't need to deal with typos. But for now, I'm just typing it into a text file and generating my UI. Appreciate you pointing that out.
Yes, Patrastem.
So we have Feudal Age there for Sora Kuma. And we'll have oysters and some shorefish down here for him too. And I don't know what the meta is going to be on this map. I've seen so many different strategies. But one of the things you can do is mine the oysters by the dock and skip the mining camp. In general, on Arena, if you're going for a fast castle, you're not going to do the gold mining upgrade anyway. You'll have maybe 2 vills on gold, 3 if you want to really pump out monks while fighting for relics. If you're just thinking play standard Arena and boom, 2 on gold. So skipping the mining camp means that you have a bit more wood for pumping into the dock and the fishing ships, and also for getting the mill on the berries. You do indeed need the mill if you're going to go for a fast castle, because the mill unlocks the market. You don't want to get to that nomad situation where you build the dock, but then forget the mill, and you hit the feudal age, you go market blacksmith, and you can't do the market. Could be vibe coded in a day. Oh, it will take 1 day. The problem is that I have lots of tasks that take like 1 day to code, and a backlog of stuff like that I need to do. And woo, Rooney, thank you for the follow. So galleys here from Sora Kuma. Going galleys against fire certainly is a choice. Fire, known back in the day as one of the best galley players. He was I forget who won. I think it was Fire against Fire Tato in Masters of Islands. The old tournament where T90 built the 3 ranges on a neutral island. Now, that was really where Fire shined with Galley Micro and Islands games. Yeah, vibe coded in 1 day and fixed over the next 5. This is my favorite of the map. It's so interesting with the variety of plays it can create. I agree. Yes. This has been my favorite so far to watch. I'm really happy with the way it's played out, with the T90 suggestion to keep the golds and the stones near the walls so they can be castle dropped or towered. I think makes it very dynamic with how you can win the water or push on land, and both of them have their pros and cons. Favorite map is Migration. Well, this map can become Migration. We've seen players transporting and taking their opponent's base. There, Castle Age on the way for Fire. And so far, so good, keeping his fish working. Sora Kuma amassing more galleys. But if Fire can get up 90 seconds away from the Castle Age and then do War Galley, get Fire ships, he should be good to defend this. He'll have 4 or 5 Fire galleys out. Sora Kuma at the point. 4 galleys plus fletching. You can out-micro this, and you should win with good micro, but it does take a while to destroy the fire galleys. And once some reinforcements pop out for fire, he's really just worried about keeping the fish alive until he gets War Galley. Once he gets War Galley, he'll push this back. So there's Castle Age for Sora Kuma. A bit more res collected since he has more vills. As the galleys hit the fishing ship. Oh, and the vill goes down. And there's fire up the Castle Age. It's a circle-faced nerd with glasses on the mini-map. And mini-map telling me I need to go see an optometrist soon. So there's War Galley and Loom for fire. He does have Loom, and 30 seconds until he can go for fire ships and dominate this water. Now his fishing ships, they've taken most of the fish over here, but he's had to run them to the corner of the map. In the new DLC, he could just tie them in the docks. I mean, we gotta miss when you had to do this. Dravidian fish efficiency is something else that's probably worth having, like 2 to 3 extra fishing ships. Yeah, the fish are pretty far away on this map. And even with the shorefish villagers, usually you have one by the dock, but then you have to walk back and forth quite a long ways. So both those bonuses definitely help Sora Kuma here. And because he's been aggressive, his fish have been completely safe. Yeah, and you see the long distance that they have to sail. You could always go outside the docks and try to walk along the coast to delete one of those walls and dock out here. Fire will send his fire ships forward now. And now Sora Kuma getting in on the wood line, but as the Armenians, fire doesn't really care. He can move to... just move the mule cart, get to another part of the wood line. And now Fortified Church for fire as he starts to add warrior priests. And there will be TC on the outside for Sora Kuma. Yeah, Petito didn't see the missing relic when he checked the map. So that's the downside of needing to wait 2 minutes for a spec delay and then have an admin check the map. They are human. They might miss stuff. And I think we've done about as well as we possibly can with the maps without adding some type of very complex automated testing, which is probably the next step of what I need to develop in terms of map scripting. So there's the fortified church for fire. As a monk comes to convert a vill. Yeah, best so far, but we can always make improvements. You can always make improvements. I know, I'm definitely better than I was when I started out. That monk swapped targets. Will it convert the scout? Yes, it will. So, maybe a mistake from fire there. The monk was converting a vill, and you can charge up the conversion on the vill and swap targets and maintain the charges. And scouts take longer to convert. So usually a scout should kill a monk if you start converting at the edge of the monk range. But if you start charging and then swap, more likely to get the conversion, and Sora Kuma does there. Improvements is always the goal. Yeah, and this is what makes the Fortified Church so strong, is it has 2,400 HP. Right? 2,400 HP, which is the same as a town center. But the church itself costs 200 wood, and it takes 100 wood to repair from 1 HP up to full HP. Whereas the TC, it's a weird thing where it's 4 buildings put together. It actually costs not half of its cost, but twice its cost. So 275 wood times 2, that's 550 wood. So this is like 1/5 the cost of a TC, actually, to repair it. So against the Mangonel push, yes, you can't shoot back, you don't have the range to hit the Mangonel, but you can repair this forever. 1 vill can repair against 4 or 5 Mangonels, and you barely notice it on your wood income. And right now, not in a position where it can hit the gold, but Fire very easily could do a second church, put a couple of vills inside, and then shoot at it. Yeah, also, if you have relics, the relics shoot arrows here. But Fire, not going to put the relics off offensively, keeps the relic in his back church. And he's letting Sora Kuma grab that relic, too. Can the Mangonel hit the monk? Ooh, the monk is dodging. He's got some dance moves. I'll have a couple of houses up for Fire. Yes, the base conversion changes, right? The base conversion will change for the scout. So, like, if you have a minimum time for a night and the scout's minimum time is larger and you swap and you still haven't finished the minimum time, you will use the same minimum time for the scout, so you need to keep converting. But the opposite used to be true for buildings until they changed it. Was basically, since the buildings had such a large minimum conversion time, you could charge up a conversion on a building, swap to a unit, and then get the insta conversion, because the max conversion time for the unit was low compared to the building's min time. Yeah, so that's one of the things you need to be careful of when engaging with monks. When you're sending your scouts forward, you need to make sure that the first unit that you send forward is the scouts. Because if you send other units first, like villagers, or mangonels, or spearmen, or anything, then the monks charge on those units and swap to the scouts. And now they have a charge, and they have a bunch of converted scouts that they wouldn't have gotten otherwise. Oh, Fire, careful with your mangonel. Careful. Careful killing that villager. Very happy that everyone wants to play it. Or Fire maybe looking at it saying, I wish I had more bands, but I mean, it is a water map. It should be decent for him. And he's playing aggressive churches versus someone who's booming. And not really going for relics, not using the warrior priests to grab them. So far, the only relic he has is the one he started with, and he let Sora Kuma grab the rest of the relics. Hello, Noob Netrum. Sad we haven't seen a whole lot of the Regicide map played. We have seen quite a bit. Yeah, it seems a much better map for Fire. I agree with that. It's definitely a map where he can use his water skill. Go on Galley Micro. Also good at really managing the eco of water maps too. I always think that's the key to Galley Micro, making sure that your eco is set up properly behind it. And right now we're going to have watchtowers and maybe even a guard tower defense. Yeah, guard tower in the university for Sora Kuma. I've seen guard towers used so much more. I don't know if it's just the Koreans we saw in Red Bull, everyone starting to realize how strong guard towers are. But I've seen them used a ton more in the past couple of months. And they do a great job of stopping mangonel pushes. If you get 4 or 5 mangonels and you're repairing, then you can still push guard towers, but it's rather difficult and can stall your push out until imp. Now, one thing for Fire, and I don't get this, is why he's letting Sora Kuma mine that gold. Now, you only have one gold mine in your base, and when Sora Kuma moved his TC to the outside, it's just a wood and berry TC, he doesn't have gold. He could completely stop him from taking gold right now. There are oysters in the back, yeah, but you only have a total of 1,800 gold there. That's not really enough to fend off a monk push. And Fire's just... He could have done a church here, put a couple of vills inside of it, been denying the gold. On water, Fire is continuing to move around the outside with some docks. He does have 5 fishing ships. They're still working. 5 for Sora Kuma. But, as Stark pointed out earlier, Dravidian fishing ships on this map, with their extra carry capacity, are extra useful. Fire with a fire ship, but he'll lose that. And Sora Kuma will be up to imp first. And forward tower from Sora Kuma, guard tower hitting the stone. Now, if Fire were able to drop a castle right here and take out 3 towers, that'd be great. And he has 9 bills on stone right now, but that would also be a bit risky with Sora Kuma being up to Imp. And Sora Kuma will get another TC. This will be on the outside by the gold and the stone. And something that potentially could have been stopped with a fortified church in that area. GG in 35 seconds. Well, we'll see. Imp's there, but Fire still has the map control at least. And we were seeing just how effective these churches are at stopping mangonel pushes. Oh, Fire has to... Oh, if you manage your garrison point, though... Oh my gosh, Fire, don't go down the narrow alley with your mangonels, no. Oh, I know you wanted to be in range, but that's not the place to micro them. I still think a castle drop here could be nice. But you need to get it in the right location so your vills are safe while building it. He's repairing the church. Vills will garrison. And he has now brought the fires around on water, but he's gone so far forward he missed some of the fishing ships. He'll have chemistry and crossbowmen, the tech's the choice for Sora Kuma. As fishing ships all go down. Fire's got a few more kills. So Fervor now for Fire. And as much as Sora Kuma was up to Imp, 91 to 64 vills, still feels a bit tight on eco. If Fire is able properly to pressure that TC on the gold, which he hasn't scouted, Sora Kuma shouldn't have too much gold left. I mean, his main gold, what's he have there? 2.5k left. And Sora Kuma will be slipping out the side to try to find more gold. The Imperial Age Tech Crossbowman. Well, we do see that a lot. Bracer and Chemistry themselves are the important upgrades that are cheaper than ARB. The ARB tech was made more expensive a while ago. But ARB also, in some ways, the least important of them. Because Chemistry unlocks Bombard Cannon, Bracer gives extra range, ARB doesn't actually give extra range. Sometimes you might prefer ARB over Chemistry if you don't need Bombard Cannon right away, or you want to use the fact that it gets researched faster for the +1 attack. But not even finished here for Sora Kuma. So GG, Fire. It felt like he did okay on the water, got to the spot he wanted with the forward churches. But I don't know, it felt like he didn't put the churches in spots where he was controlling the resources. That's what I think the key would be. Maybe even going for that. You just collect relics to put them in the church so they shoot at the vills. Yes, because collecting relics adds arrows. Maybe even doing forward churches for arrows on Sora Kuma's gold. Like, put the church right here. And a guard tower is not going to destroy a church. You stop him from taking gold. And you have water control with fires. Stop him from taking the oysters and starve him of gold, even if he's ahead in eco and booming. That's basically how we saw Armenians played against Ganji yesterday. That worked out. I feel like if gold pressure is the way on this map if you want to be aggressive, yeah. But yeah, Sora Kuma, I think definitely the best player in the group, other than maybe Doubt. Right, so that's one there. So, at the very least, the bugged relic didn't actually matter too much. But I will, of course, be fixing that tonight. So that's 46 to 36 KD for Sora Kuma. Went for the faster feudal, then into a bit of a slower castle age, but wasn't really too delayed by going galleys. And if you're Dravidians and you have a good build on the map, and again, as Stark mentioned, maybe have the more efficient fishing ships as the fish are kind of far from the docks. you can apply pressure on water and still get your TCs up at a decent time. So 1637, not like that's a slow castle age time at all. Fire going straight for the fast castle, and was only around, not even 2 minutes faster. So, that definitely a map that if you practice and have a thick build order for it, maybe there's some civ you can find and take advantage of. What is my favorite map from TTL? But the answer to both is Coast Arena, which we just saw. The answer is both. I think the games have been crazy, and I need to make a YouTube video about the scripting process because it was very, very hacky. So a win for the Dravidians and a loss for the Armenians. But GG's for Sora Kuma. And let's see, what else do we have today? We have Gold League Overtaken versus Prisma, who are in the lobby for Valley, so we'll swap over to that. Let me find where they have their drafts and set up the scoreboard. And also reset the score. I think this is Group A. Yes, Group A. Will I stream Prisma versus Overtaken? Yes, I will. Yes, I will. Let's update all my titles. When is Doubt playing? That he is playing over the weekend. Let me check the schedule. Doubt is playing Kapach on Saturday at 13 GMT. And then he's also playing Sobek on Sunday at 14 GMT. So he has 2 sets over the weekend. And Doubt Sora Kuma, I think, will be the last matchup in that group. So that'll probably determines who goes straight to Platinum or who has to fight in the playoffs. And let's see, do we have drafts? Yes, we do. Okay, this is weird. I see they've started the draft, but the Civ draft, but there are no... The players aren't ready? What the heck? AoE 2 CM? I've never seen this. Waiting for players to be ready, but the draft is underway. Okay, they remade the Civ draft. That one must have just bugged out somehow. $50.1 dB. So Valley, very different collection of maps. Valley for game 1, Slopes for game 2, and Mudflow for game number 3. Nice t-shirt. Oh, thank you. This is my old school running t-shirt. I went to the gym before the stream today. And then I was dealing with tech issues, so I didn't change afterwards. Usually I put more effort into this. But yeah, we have another Gold League set here, and then we had a couple ones that were played overnight or earlier this morning. I think we have Chart, Ozone, and DuDuZhu Terz, so I'll cast them after this one. Oh, strong. Now, this is about running t-shirt. This is more about when I was a skinny 130-pound distance runner. I'll be the banger Doubt Sora Kuma. Yep. I'll check the standings at the end of these sets. I don't want to spoil myself to the sets I haven't casted yet. And they are in the lobby for Valley. So right now, Overtaken 2560. Prisma is 2644. And Prisma also has chosen yellow as his color. All right. I feel like I'm used to Prisma being blue. Yeah, it'll be Overtaken who is blue. It'll be Persians versus Jurchens on Valley for game number 1. The Wizard. Yeah, Prisma hoping for the Viper color luck. Dave A. Rob, what is that even? That's someone on an exercise machine? My gym recently updated all of their cardio equipment, and I never use any of it for, like, cardio. Yeah, I always just go running outside, but recently I've been dealing with my shoulder injury and trying to rehab that, and I've been wanting to use the elliptical for, like, 5 minutes just as a warm-up. But they got rid of all the old ellipticals they had and replaced them, and the new ones are just, like, they're not the right size for me. They're, like, I'm, like, too tall for them. Yeah, the vibe is off, right? The vibe is off. And morning, Jafar. So, Prisma and Overtaken. Hello, Pablo. Prisma, a player who I think should be looking to move up into Platinum. He is a player who's young, but playing a lot and playing very well. And if he continues playing the way he is, I think we'll soon see him starting popping up more farther on, higher and higher in the brackets. Kind of the same thing I was saying about Sora Kuma. If you see his name pop up more, and has a bit of a leap he needs to take, get to the next level. So let me double check everything spelled correctly. Persians and Jurchens. The map is Valley. Yes. So here we go. Prisma will be playing in the yellow as the Persians, against Overtaken playing in the blue as the Jurchens. Now, does Prisma usually play yellow? I feel that I usually see Prisma playing in blue. But then again, I usually use blue for most of the Argentinian players because it matches the flag. Here blue fits Overtaken just fine, too. So, Persians, Jurchens. Jurchens will have Fire Lancers, and we all know how scary those are. Persians will have the faster working TCs, and, well, those are scary in their own right. Oh, hello, boar. Finding a little area near the berries. That's nice. And we'll have immediately a deer pushed in from Prisma. There are a few deer scattered throughout the valley. You gotta find them among all the chickens and the hares. Now you can push into your TC if you want to. Overtaken has one right there. And looking at the map, it is pretty open at the front for Overtaken. Actually, kind of everything's open for him. His 2 wood lines spawned at the back, so he should have safe wood, but securing the rest of his resources will be pretty hard. Prisma's map is, well, the same thing. Wood in the back. He maybe has a safer gold, but stone, gold, berries all forward. How good are Persian Ellies versus Fire Lancers? We saw that the other day. They were very good in that Jordan Dogal set. The problem is with the Fire Lancers, usually you want a patrol stack with them. But when you do that, the elephants and their trample damage tear through them. They don't have the same attack bonus against elephants that Helbs do. Stone on the hill. That was a nice touch. Completely random that happened, but I did on this map try to keep the golds and the berries a bit farther away. More similar to the KUTD Arabia rather than the DE Arabia. Keep them kind of far from the TC, so it's more open. But despite that, the map, what I've seen, players usually just wall up. If we were to do the map again, maybe I'd want to move the TCs like maybe 5 to 10 tiles closer to the middle. We did decrease the wood and open it up quite a bit, but I've still seen it played with a very walling style. And I don't know what else we can do to incentivize players to take the middle. I mean, there's so much hunt there. And unless someone's going to take the Mongols. They're not really focusing on that too much. The Jurchens also with longer lasting hunt as their bonus. I don't know if longer lasting hunt really is the bonus they want in the middle. Because the chickens, well, you have so much hunt that does it really matter if it lasts longer? Or not longer lasting hunt, but it doesn't decay. And it's not like you're going to be constantly needing to move to different mills. Eventually you will. But I think at least as a Dark Age, Feudal Age bonus, it doesn't have that big of an impact. Yeah, I have seen players use it. I've also seen players use it an hour, 40 minutes into the game when they're running out of wood and can't replace their farms. I wasn't expecting that to be the use case, but sure enough, it happened. So scouts exchanging some blows in the middle. Overtaken trying to run to a hill. Oh, Kamiyuk scout there. Gets an extra hit as Overtaken's trying to run away. Here's Loom for Prisma. And Loom also for Overtaken. So it looks like they'll go up at about the same time. And now Overtaken can take the hill. And be over Prisma if he wants the hill advantage. Which he'll need with having taken that extra hit right now. And I'll try to disrupt the deer push as best he can with the hill. But Prisma will be up around a Vil faster. Nope, and Prisma got an uphill hit too. How about the deer resets? And with the reset, Overtaken will be content to run back. What if the hunt were pushable like deer? All the hunt in the middle? Well, if that were how they worked, that's how the map originally was. And T90 had the idea that we would place all the hunt with chickens and hares, so that players have to go to the middle, and they don't just sit at home and wall. I mean, I don't think we can make the map more open than this. I mean, there literally is not a single wood line in the front of the base for either player here, and yet they're still playing defensively and walling. So maybe we need a more drastic change, like maybe removing boars. Players don't even have deer to push either at home. And, oh, there we go. I think the scout took a TC arrow volley. Killed by Overtaken. Yeah, another player with silly puns. Yeah, you gotta be careful. The puns might take over the chat at some point. Double bit axe. For Overtaken. A few more walls and houses going at the top of the base. Leave the boars, but make them iron boars instead that shoot cannonballs. Sounds like a custom scenario. Yeah, let's see. Spears might poke each other. We'll see if they do. We're taking over the hill. Poking down. Make them fight bears for boars. If that happens, then the bears just follow the Vil into the TC. Overtaken trying to be annoying with the scout. I don't like that. I never like harassing Vils with the scout. You get hit by the Vils and you don't kill anything. Only if they don't have bloom. Which Chad's gonna give Janchess a breakdown with the with the puns. And I'm sure Twitch chat will come up with some good puns. So scouts opening from both, nothing out of the ordinary there. Prisma hoping he'll have a better eco as the Persians. And he'll Alcatraz wall the Vil. Trying to keep her safe while doing the walls. Won't get the walls all the way up, but pretty close, only a few tiles away from where a gate would close everything. And the scouts... Ooh, running away. Might have to migrate to YouTube. And an archery range for Overtaken as a spear pops out. And just looking to defend against scouts, his goal will be pretty darn far away. It's more of a Yan. What is more of a Yan? And there's the spear. Will the scouts run into the spear? Oh, they will. Oh, nice hit from the spear. Prisma not quite microing as precisely as he needed to there. Oh, but Overtaken losing the scout. Yan? As in Yan chess? I've always said Jan, I think. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe I change the pronunciation all the time. Is that something you code into the map? Yep. I add the different types of grasses there to try to break up the terrain. This map, I gave it 4 different seasons. So there's grassy versions, snowy versions, like a swampy version with some pandas and bamboo. The quick walls for Overtaken. You'll keep the scouts from Prisma away from the wood line. Making as many walls as he can. And now on the berries, Overtaken will try to do a house and keep that secured. As the scouts keep hovering around. And they'll get around the hill. A couple of spears and an archer. Trying to poke them down. The archer will not quite kill anything there. But no, nice quick wall. Nice quick wall. And he's thinking of gates. So Overtaken doing what he can to kill those scouts. Doesn't want those scouts being annoying in his base for too long. And he'll add in a market. English pronunciation is so far from what your Polish eyes see. It's like that time. Everyone calls Vivi Vivi. But Ornlu pointed out. Very well could be pronounced Vivi. Which would horrify me. It is indeed Yan. Okay, so it is Yan chess. Looks a bit like a cemetery with the shadows. Yeah, these are the 2 new flower grass textures that were added in. With the 3 Kingdoms, or the patch before the 3 Kingdoms. Range up for Overtaken. That's true, I would always say Janziska. I wouldn't say Janziska. And Vils from the Woodline will go to repair. Both players click castle at the same time. And nothing happening here. This map almost feels like it plays out the same way as Quarry, despite being completely open. That you have your early, maybe some drush or scouts opening, but then players just wall and boom. And they just wall and boom. A little poisoned. TTL time, yes. Use the useless plants remover mod. Yeah, that is fairly useful for decluttering the map. But also the plants, they can be useful because the plants get removed when you start constructing buildings atop them. And you can scout them, and you can sometimes spot forwards in the fog of war if you notice the plants get removed. Maybe too easy to wall. I mean, I don't know what else we can do to make this more difficult to wall. Look at how wide open this is. I think maybe the problem is just the TCs need to be a bit closer to the middle of the map instead of being so far away. Is Overtaken up to the castle age. I would say we could make this African Valley and use baobab trees instead of forests, but we already have African River. So I don't think we want to have the same duplication there in the map pool. Remove all the wood. There is that map. I forget where it was first used. I know it was in the Terra Nova duos and a couple of other events, called Umal Samim, where instead of wood lines, you have piles of wood, where there are 2 tiles that use the lumber graphics, and you collect wood from them. They have 10,000 wood, and then they respawn infinitely. So you do not have wood lines on that map. And players still find ways to wall. And Murtaugh, thank you for the follow. So crossbows for Overtaken, knights for Prisma. Persian knights will have an attack bonus against the crossbows. Will Overtaken get his step lancer there in time for this fight? Yes, he does. Let's see, how is this fight gonna play out? Knights are kind of weak. They don't have +2 armor. Crossbows are taking down a few knights. Over time, the knight numbers keep being produced and the crossbows will die. But how many knights will they kill in the process? Cav archers now from Overtaken. And that was an okay fight for him. He killed quite a few knights. Build counts are still the same, but Prisma did add a TC during the fight. And around 700, 800 res collected ahead is Prisma. Players like playing defense early. Like make a chicken nothing map. Don't we have one already? Yeah, we're switching out of crossbows anyway. Trying to get cav archers. But did take the fight before the cav archers arrived. Trying too hard to force Vils to head to Narnia in Dark Age. This is a bit lame. Maybe it is. We tried to use Valley as an open aggressive map. But it didn't really turn out that way. In the late game, the hills that we tried to add to encourage attacking the middle and giving an advantage over the middle end up being a defender's advantage. So that's certainly something we could reconsider were we to use it again. But other than that, I feel that players simply, the TCs is so far that they like walling. And then the hunt simply isn't enough of an incentive for some civs to go to the middle. Maybe that'll change. Maybe if we see the map more in Platinum, players will be more aggressive for taking the hunt. But here, it just hasn't really come into play at all. And we're having Prisma trying to break in with knights. Overtaking, keeping pace in Vils even from 1 TC. So his raids certainly have been annoying to Prisma, as the scores are still really close. Prisma with a... Oh, Overtaken overtakes the score lead. Those will probably swap back and forth a few times. Yep, chickens are hunt. Chickens are hunt. So the Jurchens would have longer lasting chickens. But again, there are so many chickens. Or not longer lasting, but chickens that don't decay. But there are so many chickens, I don't think that'll matter. Like the very high hills, like the Voobly Crater Hills. I don't think that'll matter too much. Just the fact that there exists some type of hill makes it defensive. There was that map Mountain Range from a couple of Red Bulls ago with high hills. The hills all go down. Replace it with Michi to get more aggression. I wouldn't mind Michi, but I think some players would. Oh, so these knights trying to attack and get through, but no can do with all the walling. Overtaken has to be careful because he might overtake the wood line and chop through. That could let some knights in. He'll need to be careful about walling and keeping that closed. Oh, that TC, 54 HP. Ooh. That was close to the cav archers destroying the foundation. Yeah, and Jordan said they played a crucial role as the last resources on the map. Saved them, took literally everything else they could before getting to the chickens. It's really jerching those knights around. Anyway, knights still fighting, now with some scorpions to deal with the cav archers. That TC is still not up, 95%. So you get one hit at it, but they'll have to run away. Persian TC, honestly, the extra HP for the Persian TCs helped keep that TC alive against the initial cav archers. And Overtaken not wanting to fight the scorpions with that many CA. You're not going to pick them off that easily. He doesn't have ballistics, so he has to be careful against the knights. He could get trapped in here, and the knights now going to do their armor. He will get away and try to loop around the outside. Has to be careful of these cav archers, too, with the scorpions. He might just forget about them and lose them. Oh, nope, he's going to run, he's going to run. Alright, not completely forgetting them. He has a second TC himself, down by around 13 Vils. Now I think we'll see the Persian eco really start expanding, though. Oh, Scorpions shooting Cav Archers. Knights chase them. Tertians do not get Thumb Ring, but they fire faster 25%. So they can't, in some ways they get Thumb Ring for free in terms of the fire rate, but they don't get the accuracy from it. And there's ballistics for Overtaken. Wonder how much the accuracy hurts. Ballistics far more important than accuracy. Knights are large enough that if you're standing still and shooting at them, I don't think it matters too much. Ooh, Repairville for the Scorpions. Cav Archers try to pick off the Repairville. And, oh my gosh, 5 Scorpions against the Cav Archers. Cav Archers, a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 Cav Archers dying. And now the Knights will pressure the range. And I think things are about to swing very, very heavily into Prisma's favor. As the Persian player now, 3k res collected ahead. Prisma can spam Knights and Scorpions all day long now. And he's been booming 3 TCs. With the way the Knight Cav Archer matchup usually goes is the Cav Archer player can amass Cav Archers, and then in the late game, when they start fighting, the Cav Archer player avoids fights, they'll win the fights by having the numbers to kill the Knights. But now, we can get to this mid-game where the Persians have such an advantage in the numbers, in the res collected. The Knight numbers can overwhelm the Cav Archers to the point where the Scorpions do work in the back, the Cav Archers can't fight this, and the Knights can destroy buildings. We have, what, 16 Knights there? Getting to the point where he could soon destroy TCs, and he'll raid the Vils. And things looking great for Prisma. Cav Archers being picked off, Knights raiding everywhere. And we'll have another TC for Prisma, as all of the Vils for Overtaken will be taken off of their resources, and this game looks to be soon over. Nothing he can do to fight the Knights. He's now down 30 Vils. Extra TCs added for Prisma as the Persians. And there's the GG. And Prisma will go up 1-0. Well done for Prisma. And that was a good Persian boom from him. So update that score. And look at the stats. 94-44 KD. And Overtaken, he tried to pressure an early Castle Age, but it was crossbow versus knight, and Persian knights cleaned the crossbows pretty darn effectively. And you can see that early Castle Age fight where the numbers dropped. And he tried to raid and keep the military numbers up, but never got the type of pressure on the boom that he needed. And then suddenly at the end, goodbye military. And Persian eco strong, very strong. Same Castle Age timing, but Persians are Persians. The next map will be Mudflow. I'm getting some spam Discord messages. Which league is it? This is the Gold League. This is gold. So the Valley will be won by Prisma. And for... Oh, and he still has Chinese for Mudflow. Ooh, I think Prisma also dominated this draft. Chinese and Persians? Malay are good. But Persians... That is a very clear Persians Valley Chinese Mudflow pair of civs. Malay, I think, would be saved for slopes. Saved for slopes. And you go Hindustanis, Magyars, Lithuanians for Mudflow. Maybe he goes Malay on Mudflow. I mean, Thalassocracy could be interesting for Mudflow, getting your harbor docks. Yes, saved for slopes. Need to practice my tongue twisters and avoid mixing words together. That was a real fast game one, yeah. A Mudflow, we have a... Yep, and Chinese Malay, actually. So I don't know what Overtaken will pick for slopes, then. Malay feel like a good civ for slopes. Alright, here we are for Mudflow. What are the standings? We'll take a look at the standings after I cast the other two sets as Rex. I'll look at the standings at the end of everything so I don't spoil myself. And here we are, typed the civs properly. So we will have Overtaken as the blue Malay to the west, and Prisma as the yellow Chinese to the east. And right away, we see the Chinese taking the salmon in the puddles, in the shallows under the TC. Now, oh my gosh, Overtaken's not taking them. Overtaken might dock as the Malay and do fishing ships into fish traps. Oh, please, Overtaken, please. We saw Lewis do this against ACCM, and it was very effective. Oh my gosh, could he pull this off? Would Hindustanis be good for slopes? We've seen them quite a few times on slopes. I think they are a pretty good civ for it. An ounce of gold is 3 times the price of platinum. Gold is significantly more expensive than platinum. Why the highest league is the other? That's always how everything I've ever seen has been platinum ahead of gold. I don't know why. It just is. Yeah, the fish are not being taken overly so far. But maybe they will be once docks are created. And there is the lumber camp spot. Yep, lumber camp for Overtaken. Pretty forward for him. I have a rhino taken by Bills by the TC.
Wait.
Yeah, I have when you buy your fancy expensive gaming PCs, your USB ports, or the end of the port becomes gold plated. Is that better than whatever metal usually is used for it? I don't know. I've never seen a platinum plated USB gaming keyboard port. Yeah, first time you're seeing it. So there are fish under the TC. For the Chinese, they are wonderful because only 6 seconds of idle time. For Prisma, he has kept the TC running. You click Saloon right at the start, but he is maintaining a huge villager lead without idle time. So he is more than happy with his start. We'll send a few more vills out to the fish, take the rhinos for all the food they provide, and go to the middle for the lumber camp. Overtaken. Pretty nice wall for this lumber camp. Do a house here and a couple palisades there, maybe a gate to send vills back and forth. But great location for him. He has a plan. He has 150 wood. And he is docking. He is docking his pond. Let's go. We've seen very early drushes on this map too, but not something we're going to get from the Chinese, who are completely focused on their eco. Maybe we'll see men-at-arms, but I don't think we'll see that instant Dark Age drush like the Inca have been doing. Oh, yes, he's docking the pond. He's docking the pond. Malay fish boom in the pond. Yeah, gold has much better conductive properties. That's what I'd imagine. Platinum is used in certain connectors that need to work in corrosive environments. Okay. As anti-corrosive. Oh no, Overtaken. He got greedy with his wall. And he'll lose the unloomed Vil. He was forward with the scout, wasn't protecting the Vils, and he won't get the wall up. Wanted to wall to keep the Vils safe. Needs to make sure he builds that house eventually. And bringing the elephant by the TC. Starting to pump out fishing ships. Needs to make sure he doesn't get housed. There is the scout for Prisma, who has not yet scouted the dock. Maybe he'll be surprised. Can I say aluminum for science? No, it's not pronounced aluminium. It is aluminum. Trains have the best conductors. So there he scouts the dock. He knows what's going down now. Vils will continue walling the lumber camp for Overtaken. Make sure the Vils stay safe, don't suffer any more stray losses to that scout. He'll send a few more Vils over at the moment. Couple of palisade walls for Overtaken. He needs to finish walling, and he will. And there come 2 forward Vils for Prisma. Prisma up to the feudal age very fast as the Chinese. That's going to be around an 8-minute feudal. Loom on the way for Overtaken, and Prisma will tower rush this. He'll tower rush behind the woodline. Overtaken should expect this. Question is, will he see the tower or not? And no, he won't. No, he won't. But he's up to feudal himself, and can do a second lumber camp, and also can counter tower if he really wants to. He does have the stone inside of his enclosure. Hello, Jessica. And where are these Vils going to go for Overtaken? Overtaken, if he saw the tower, maybe he could even just Vil rush it with extra Vils. Hello, Arbase. Arbase, you missed a bugged map. I need to fix relics on Coast Arena. There is a lumber camp for Overtaken. Got a message from a player, but you weren't adminning that one. Yeah, Petito was adminning it. He checked the map. I didn't notice the relic was missing. Yeah. There was also that one time JBR told me that a relic was missing, and then I looked at the map and I saw that there were 5 relics. So, taking the stragglers, too, Overtaken. So, if you're Prisma, what are you going to do to stop this? This will be, in the long run, probably making up for the difference in eco, if he has a good fishing economy. And Malay fish traps will probably be the replacement for farms inside of this pool. A barracks for Overtaken. But the Chinese eco is so good on this map that Prisma had an 8-minute tower rush to force Overtaken off of wood, and now can send his Vils forward to do an archery range. As Overtaken tries to do the barracks. And I think, again, maybe this is just a drafting mistake, letting a player get the Chinese on this map. Oh my gosh, those scouts. So many scouts in the eco so quickly. Trying to do the range. Overtaken can't do the barracks. Oh no, the scouts, they'll kill everything. They'll kill everything as Vils are dying left and right. They're killing a couple of scouts at least. These scouts for Prisma don't have any upgrades, but... oh, this is rough for Overtaken. This is rough. He had a plan to belay Fish Boom on his home map, and the plan went nowhere real fast. Oh, everything dying. RGG. He wants to get the barracks first. He wants to finish the barracks. Oh, a second range. Prisma's like, I don't need to finish that first one. That's too much walking distance. I'll just do my range right here. Who needs that first one? I'll go double range. Couple of fish traps there for Overtaken. We need to see Prisma dock the pond. Dock and do some demos. There we are. There we are. And Barrack's spear time. Can he afford spears? He can't really afford spears. Well, with all this forward pressure, yes, fish traps are nice, but he doesn't have a way to get food. Here's a mill for Overtaken. And, oh, that Vil goes down. There's an archer. There's an archer to deal with spears. Now, 29 to 21 eco, even with the 4 fishing ships. 17 Vils to 29. We have 11 Vil kills from Prisma. And 12 deaths from... Did Overtaken lose a Vil to a Rhino somewhere? Maybe he lost a Vil to a Rhino while I was looking at the Chinese fish boom. He did lose one to the scout early on, but that counts as a kill for Prisma. Why isn't Blue making any army? He doesn't have any resources. Finally trying to do a skirmisher. And a tower, but... Oh, this is painful. In here, you really want to shoot the fish traps. They're a bit more vulnerable than the fishing ships, but destroying both is nice. I guess with the Malay, the fish traps are cheaper. Maybe it actually is better to hit the fishing ships. Any other save, you go for the fish traps first, usually. So, Archer's running into the DC a bit, but I don't think this tower gets finished. Some of you may die. More like all of them may die. Like all of them may die. Oh, there's a galley. Alright, defensive galley from Overtaken. Yes! They still chopping wood and mining stone peacefully here, but no pressure on Prisma. He's had complete freedom to set up his farming eco. Hasn't done a horse collar, but just adding the farms. Can he collect from a fish trap while it's being shot at? Oh, you mean like you can't from a farm? I don't know. We'll have to experiment. Now there's a GG from Overtaken as that game was over. I think that game was over at the draft when he gave, or when Prisma ended up picking the Chinese. Chinese may be way too strong on that map. Maybe the Chinese start was just overbuffed with how they changed the houses. I don't know. Anyway, military, that's 14 to 6 KD for Prisma. Eco shots incredibly high. Overtaken never could even catch up to that. And quick game, but GG Prisma. Alright, so maps, that is unfortunate loss for Overtaken on Mudflow, losing with the Malay against the Chinese. So Hindustanis against, I'm guessing Hindustanis, against one of Shu, Armenians, or Portuguese for slopes. And yep, they will be there. Hindustani Shu, indeed the civs. Load in. And I forgot to start Capture Age. And here we go. So we will have Prisma to the southwest. He'll be playing as the Yellow Shoe, and Overtaken to the northeast as the Blue Hindustanis. Back gold for Overtaken. Barry is kind of close to a wood line, even though they're forward, so they can be walled in towards the TC. Pretty simple walls to the back if he wants to keep himself safe and use the TC as the wall. Nope, Overtaken is not the slow German player. Was that... Who had the really slow micro for the German players? Was that Target? Is that Matza? No, Matza is really creative. I don't think his micro is slow. And then there's El Matador, the German player with crazy fast micro. So early boar taken from Prisma. 7 vills on the boar. As he pushes in an ibex, he'll send a vill out to the woodline. Maddie is fast, but Stone Please is even faster, really. Oh, that's very fast then. One of them probably has some weird mystical powers stealing speed from target then. Stone Please is the fastest. Interesting. We'll need a Stone Please Matty micro competition someday then. What's that sheep doing out there? Hello, Ford sheep. So, out here, shorefish, a couple of hares too. Have to go out and mill them. Can't push them all. Only one ibex to push. Almost SC2 level. That's how we say micro's fast. We say it's almost SC2 level. So we're taking... Ooh, scout running near the vills. We'll run back. Not even John Slow. Is that Slow? I remember, I don't know if he still does it. I remember watching old John Slow streams on the Voobly days, and he was clicking the buttons at the TC to manage his vills as they were hunting boars. That was peak micro. Fastest is Doubt. Doubt is both the fastest and the slowest. So for Prisma, he will have a back gold, but it will be a secondary gold. Pretty simple wall up over here. On this map, I have, though, seen sometimes having a safe map doesn't matter, because you could wall and play it safe, but then you're sacrificing the hunt on the sides. And if you don't go to lure the ibex right away, you do have more time to send your scout forward. So it can be nice maybe to push one and then go lame. Yep, logo's under the map. I threw it down there. It seemed like a good place for it. That way it doesn't block anything on the screen. There's no logo reportable crime. Why Hindustani specifically on this map? Just as a generalist good civ? As a generalist good civ, I think. But also we've seen this as a very American civ heavy map. We've seen the Maya and the Inca played quite a bit. And I think if you go late game against that matchup with the Hindustanis, Chittagni Henkineers are extremely strong. And they provide a good counter to them. But against Prisma civs, not entirely sure if the Hindustanis do anything particularly well in the matchup. They feel like overall a decent civ. It's not like they have a hunt bonus for the hares. Cheaper vills is a nice general purpose eco bonus. Have a barracks on the side. Is SC2 really faster? I don't know. I've never actually played SC2. It probably has had a earlier or a much earlier adoption as a competitive RTS in streaming game, and probably had a much more focused community of players in its heyday. So I imagine the limits of that were pushed a bit farther than they were for AoE 2. And they counter everything the Shu do well. Well, the Shu do archers particularly well. In the Castle Age, the Gulam will counter that pretty well with the Pierce armor that it has. In the late game, not as much. In the late game, I think archers make a comeback. Bills fight the scout, and then we'll have Prisma adding a house. Spear runs around. And the scout will... For Overtaken, we'll check the tops of the slopes and see Prisma's not up there. So Overtaken, probably a better food eco if you can take all the hunt, and doesn't need to spend wood on farms as early. I check out JBR's website. Yeah, I did not. I did not.
Namaste. 什么？
Scout attacking the villager. And the villager will be killed by the scout, so nice pressure from Overtaken. Coming forward with the spear.
何种命令？
And we'll have 3 scouts on the berries. Ready to pick off vills.
准备就绪。
Even this mill isn't safe.
喂，
Ooh, spear in time now for Prisma to save the vills. The vills are chasing, though. That's a good bit of idle time. Ooh, nice poke. Overtaken, maybe worried about the spears getting in on his food now. Doesn't micro the scouts as perfectly as he wanted to. And he'll run past the TC. No, he'll run into a spear. No, gets away. No quick wall on that lumber camp. Spear is still on the mill. As Overtaken tries to defend with a spear of his own. Might need some more scouts, too. Idling the stable slightly. White feather guards plus machine gun arbalesters. That's what I would have thought in that game against the Franks, that the machine gun arbalesters would have countered throwing axemen, but I was very mistaken there in King of the Desert. And oh, Vill's not enough defense for Overtaken at his mill. And Prisma fighting with the scouts kills a couple of Vills and will get away. He will get away. And spear poking the scout from Overtaken. More pokes at the top of the slopes. And scouts going down. More spears popping out from Overtaken, but they were not in time to save the Vills. And now it's a 3-Vill lead for Prisma. Now the scout's going to loop around, and the spear not in position. Oh, the Vill trying to kill the spear. The scout would love a kill. Which players had Shoe Franks? That was Viper with the shoe, or Viper with the Franks, and Winchester with the shoe. That was Vinch tried the FC War Chariot, and ended up in a late game situation with Viper going throwing axemen. Prisma's got a nerd out on the micro. Prisma, probably a player with good APM. I'd expect him to have high APM. Any plans for CoCast? I'm sure we'll have R-based CoCast again. The next 2 sets are going to be Rex. I'd prefer to CoCast live so it's easier to stay in sync. But yeah. Stark also wanted to CoCast, so we'll bring on Stark at some point soon too. R-base has baseball practice. He's got to go do a real sport. So Archer's forward for Prisma. And he's going right back to that pond. The Vill's still out there. No defense against the Archers. Spears at least could work against the Scouts. Maybe quick walls, but no skirms out to deal with the Archers. The range near the TC is pumping out Archers, not skirms. And they're completely out of position. So hello, Spear. Welcome to an Archer raid. Esports is real life. And goodbye, Villager. Spear is trying to run from the Archers. Their job of protecting the Vills at least is finished. There are no Vills left. You don't have an eco to protect if you don't have an eco. So another blacksmith for Overtaken. Vills taking wood in the back as other Vills mine the gold. We will have fletching for Overtaken. And scouts from Prisma will run around the house, around the wood line, and converge on the Archers. All the Archers down. Everything dying. And Vills on the berries have to be forced away. Ooh, down they go. Spear is down at the bottom of the hill. And a watchtower for Overtaken. Vill killed by scouts. Tower killing archers. And this is a good raid for Prisma. Now the archers have nothing to stop them away from the tower from hitting this wood line. And there's a GG from Overtaken before he loses all the Vills. So congrats to Prisma for winning 3-0 against Overtaken. So GG's, and we'll check out the stats. So why Hindustanis? Do they match up well against the Shu? I don't particularly know. I think the Shu maybe have a better eco these days with the wood bonus they have. It's kind of crazy to think about because the Hindustanis used to have a really good eco bonus that was changed and nerfed several times because of how strong it was. Oh, look at that. I updated one button. I don't have to update more buttons on the scoreboard outside the game. Converging on a finished overlay. Looks like Overtaken was sent to the Undertaker. Yeah, but that I mean, the draft difference of Chinese and Persians for Prisma is insane. Will I be casting the Women's Snowboarding Half-Pipe Final? Unfortunately, I don't think I know anything about snowboarding to be able to cast that. For Overtaken, those were rough. Those were rough. He was overtaken aback. Check out. Yeah, I've seen the pathing video. I've seen the pathing video. The thing that stood out was the compiler flag change in the HD edition, where everyone complained about the pathing being worse, and never really felt like that was taken seriously. And I think that's a good demonstration of the fact that it wasn't. Anyway, so I'm going to cast a couple of wrecks. We got 2 sets to go through. We have... it was DuDuZhu, Terz, and Ozone Chart. I think I'll do Ozone Chart first. Rex. Are these silver Rex? Hey, yeah, Chart Ozone. We'll cast Chart Ozone first, I think. So I'm going to take a quick break, and then we'll get into Chart versus Ozone. Let me update this while I do the overlay. Salami Resonance 22 chat. Do I know what he's up to? I haven't seen him around in a while. Don't actually know what he's up to. You haven't seen him in a while. Thank you, Furiat37, for the follow. Yeah, that was my name years ago. That back before I actually streamed. Because T-West was taken, so I needed something else. I didn't want to put a bunch of letters or underscores in it. It's a bit controversial now these days, though. To say the least. So this is silver, right? This is silver. Yes, silver. This is Chart and Ozone. And what group was this? It's Group B. Yeah, Group B. Chart Ozone. Alright. So we will have High Tides as game 1, Reverse Acropolis the home map for Chart, and Northern Crossings the home map for Ozone. Can I put flags on the overlay? We'll have flags in game. Flags in game. Maybe I'll put them out of game at some point. 2 West 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, so I'm going to take a quick break myself and just grab a bite to eat, then we'll get into this game. So stay tuned, we'll be right back with the next set. Okay, chat, I have confirmed I still do not have water. They are still investigating the water main break near me, and my water has not yet been turned back on. So, let's hope this water lasts the rest of the stream. Waterless, and even worse, Full Metal's in. Last night, I suffered through a Windows update. A Windows update. When I woke up today, my second monitor had been locked at 24 hertz. It's a 144 hertz monitor. I had to unplug it and plug it back in 3 times before it actually would turn on and work with the proper settings. So, let me grab Chart versus Ozone, and after this, we'll do Terz versus DuDuZhu. And let's see, extract these recs, paste them into my save game folder. Well, it's all looking pretty good. Make sure I'm clearing my downloads properly. Just to get ahead of things, we have Terz DuDuZhu. Let me download those recs too while I'm here. Let's get everything in my folder so I don't gotta download between the sets. And there we go. Everything nicely downloaded. Sure, yeah, good for my downloads. Alright, so Chart versus Ozone. Let's hop into it. Just a moment. Open Capture Age. And so Chart will be playing in green. Ooh, green. And Ozone going for blue. We'll try to keep the colors consistent. First map will be a High Tides. So looking at the draft, Spanish Khmer, Portuguese Lithuanians Wu for Chart, Italians, Inca, Bengalis, Maya, and Gurjars for Ozone. So High Tides will be our first game. Water rework, oh gosh. At least my water won't have hulks in it. Gosh. I feel even more thirsty knowing that water is off. Use Arch. I'd love to use that instead of Windows, but unfortunately, we gotta do Age of Empires, which is a Microsoft game, and use Capture Age, which probably works much better on Windows than we could hack around to get it working on Linux. And Clutch Master, thank you also for the follow earlier. Thank you, and welcome everyone. Welcome in to a Silver League set, Chart versus Ozone. We will have Chart to the west as the Green Khmer, and Ozone to the east as the blue Inca. Inca versus Khmer. And immediate Rhino lore from Ozone as the Inca. So the question for the Inca on this map, do they go for a quick dock or a quick drush? He added in 2 houses, so this makes me think he'll have to chop a straggler for a drush. You could add only 1 house, and then he'd be doing the barracks right now. Yeah, you got one of Bear Gwyn's guides. Maybe I'll need to investigate that. Maybe I'll need to investigate Linux Capture Age. The mid-tier Civ may become broken or very strong with the water rework. I honestly, I don't know what to think about the hulks. I felt that in Thalassocracy. It didn't really work out. That maybe on the arena water map, we saw all the ships. Well, other than late game, it was either hulks or galleys, where there was pretty much no role for fires or demos. Who knows, maybe the numbers adjustments they're making will change it, but I'm very worried for TTL after the water update. I hope Coast Arena is still fun after the water update. So these maps, though, there's the early barracks from Ozone. Chart expecting that from the Inca, already walled. So that's the downside of picking the Inca now that we're a couple weeks into the tournament. Picking the Inca means everyone knows what you're doing. Oh, hold on. Ozone. There's a rhino. Are you going to lame? He might find some goats. Oh, he's finding the goats. He's going to grab 2 goats. You don't lose HP laming goats. He's leaving the rhino there for now. There goes a Vil to hunt the rhino. Ooh, would have liked to have seen the lame, but maybe this is even better. You steal 2 goats and you don't lose HP. Getting his second rhino in now. And Ozone will go for it already. 2 militia drush. Super early 2 militia drush with the Inca. Not only do you save wood on the houses, but also military units have a 10% discount in the Dark Age. So you save a tiny bit of food on the militia. You're going to ban all water maps and ranked play? Well, I hope you have enough bans for that. Like Chart Civ more? You like the Chimera. Chimera don't really have any particular bonus for this map, other than just having a good, well-rounded eco. Hybrid map civs usually don't put the Chimera right at the top, but they're one of the civs you pick. Usually if all the other civs are taken. If the hybrid map civs are overtaken. So these militia will just attack the house. They could try to run through, but they just find a walled lumber camp. And so far, so good of a reaction of Chart. Not going to dock and leaving the Vil exposed. They'll head over to gold and go up to feudal. So this will be a skipping the water play from Chart. They'll go to wall to, or repair the house to keep the militia out. Send a couple more Vils over to wood. Delete the palisade successfully without deleting a Vil. And now Ozone will head out to dock. He's doing loom. Is loom, let's click feudal loom, or is loom, let's just keep the TC running loom. He has a lot of food left over, so that might be a feudal age loom. And I expect he'll practice this build order quite a bit. And still waiting maybe for walls down here from Chart, but so far just content to stay close to the lumber camp. Have his Vil repair that house for a while, make sure it stays up. He'll want to get to the next stage, so the house does go up to full -1 armor. Some more HP is being drained off of that house, so he will need to repair that again. Thought Ozone was just going to leave the goats out there by the water and Chart would find them later when he went to dock. I mean, it was nice to... It's kind of like on Nomad, right? You scout the dock. You scout the dock location. But he is bringing the goats back towards his TC. So with the goats, extra goats now, and the dock, he shouldn't need farms for a while. That'll let him keep up the feudal age pressure nicely. Blacksmith and range, so Chart will quickly be going for fletching. And more militia followed up from Ozone, so he will go for men-at-arms. Try to teach Chart a lesson with those new men-at-arms. The Eagle Scout will find the range and a house and another house for Chart. There he goes. As the Eagle will run around the back of the back. Can't afford fletching unless he stops Vil production. The team game archer flank situation. Stop your Vil production for fletching. As there is the man-at-arms upgrade for Ozone. 4 of them hoovering around. And, of course, arson is a viable tech for getting through the walls faster. 4 men-at-arms, 5 men-at-arms with arson. Crush straight through the walls. Biggest problem with that comp was those maps were old or not made with hulks in mid. People need to make water maps with hulks in mind. Or maps not rated with hulks in mind. That's kind of hard because in a small water situation, if you don't have demos, it goes from fires and demos to just hulks. Kind of this situation too would be a full Hulk map, I think. But we'll see when it comes out. So the militia attacking the Vil. As the TC gets a volley of arrows onto the Eagle. And we'll have a farm up for Chart. And the wall will be destroyed by the militia. And actually, Ozone, he canceled the Man-at-Arms upgrade. Wait a minute, he canceled the Man-at-Arms upgrade. Decided he wasn't going to do damage with them. And on Obsession, thank you for the follow. So no dock from Chart. He's just leaving the water completely uncharted. Doing some archers, defending against the militia. Moving out the berries. Double ranges, so very much like a team game build, double range archers. And that'll trigger a skirm defense then from Ozone, who can add some skirms from that range, wall up with his houses. And aside from that scout, skirms will beat everything. It's been double range archers. People are obsessed with going, no berries as the Khmer. Yeah, fair enough. He could do 2 ranges because he saved wood on the barracks. That's probably the best benefit he's had so far. It's a water map, so you really don't want to be farming, but instead we have 8 farms for the Khmer player versus, what's that, 4 fishing ships now for the Inca. And an Inca player who still has goats by the TC. So I feel Ozone's extremely far ahead as long as he can deal with the archers. And for that, he needs armor, maybe fletching, and then with 5 or 6 skirms, he should be able to fight this. And if the archers are in groups of maybe 4, then yeah, he can leave early with the skirms. But you just want to make sure you don't take a bad fight with the skirms, and you gotta be wary of the scout. Ooh, low HP on the scout. And this wall not actually finished, so the archers will be able to run out. Fletching just finishing for Ozone. And now with the Men-at-Arms securing these skirms, it will be a second range as Ozone will add more skirms, maybe add archers. And still enjoy being 400 or so res collected ahead. However, archers on the island to the north. Nice pick from Chart to hit Repairvilles. That's now Chart. Despite all the aggression Ozone has done, he hasn't actually killed any vills from Chart. Chart 2-0 on Eco KD. But Ozone up regardless. Lots of idle TC time from Chart. And that's a good number of archers now. 12 archers. And we'll have full skirms, plus a couple of archers for Ozone. Ozone feels that with the tower on the gold and the walls and TCs that he has, he's able to finish that wall and defend against the archers. He will be pushed off of the berries, so we'll have to do a few farms. But with all the fish he has, probably not too worried about losing the berries. 7 fishing ships for him. Like his team name? You like Uxmal? I'm not quite sure on my pronunciation of that. The UX Ozone. Feels like a sell the stone and quick castle damage might be the play. Well, we do have the tower from Ozone, so he's not going to be selling stone. Maybe it could be the play for Chart, as he has 200 stone there. Ripe for the selling. And should be able to buy his way up after that. Doesn't have a good lumber camp spot, though. And he might have to hide in the houses. He's doing a gate. Part of me would have said, let them in, hide in the house, and then do the gate. But either way, they'll be trapped. And that army, filled with skirms. We really want the skirms fighting the archers, though, rather than the scouts. As that's all that remains. The scouts get a clear. I think there was some militia added in there. Yeah, no more militia left. And on the hill, the scouts, a couple of scouts kill as Chart makes the scout transition. He certainly can use the gold to buy his way up right now. Ozone won't be too far away from clicking up himself without a market. And still has to be wary of that large group of archers that want to break in, though. And there's Chart buying food, and he is up. Chart is up. So 1,000 more res collected for Ozone, but Chart is up first and about to break through this wall. Ozone adding some farms forward where the archers will break through. And that's now 13 military to, we have 8 archers total. And the skirms here just dying to the scout. Oh, the poor skirms. 8 archers total for Ozone, who has to face an opponent who's up to castle and doing the armor now. So 2 minutes idle TC for Chart, 1 minute for Ozone. And Ozone will be trying to dance as best he can to keep the archers away while adding reinforcements. 10 to 12 now. Certainly on a clock without fish. Certainly down 10 vills is not a good place to be. But it will be now Castle Age for Ozone, who isn't too far behind. A couple of those archers a weak. Oh, Ozone misclicks the deer. Or the zebra. Ooh, archers, not a good fight for Ozone when Chart has the hill, too. Even he has the numbers, but that hill is nasty, and these vills will have to run. He has a third lumber camp at the north. Maybe even run them back to this wood line. Misclicks, that was self-defense against the zebra. Now he has the numbers, he can push this, even uphill. He had to wait for the numbers, and he did. And around on the other side, there's a scout hitting the mill, but nothing too threatening there. Chart up to the Castle Age. Now Ozone really wants to push this to stop the archers before they get their crossbow and bodkin upgrades. We'll have a university for Chart. It feels like he has to do damage right away, and we'll be rushing ballistics. Third range for Ozone. Now, oh, Bills can fight an archer. Bills can fight an archer. Lovely, lovely. And Ozone will be running his vills back and forth throughout his eco, but he's closing in on 2k res collected ahead of Chart. And he'll do his own crossbow and bodkin. And he'll do another forward dock, too. Ready to take more fish, keep the fishing ships working. All 11 of his fishing ships. 11, like the version of Windows I'm unfortunately running. So a very quick ballistics. Ballistics also prioritized for Ozone. Matching Chart for upgrades. His ballistics, Ozone just wants to close the distance and do damage where he can. Oh, gosh. Is that still a meme? Baby shark stuff. So here is ballistics and the power of ballistics for Chart on display. Just clicked for Ozone. Ozone doesn't quite want to engage. Even 10 versus 7. And look at how strong ballistics is. Ozone now has to dodge ballistics. Archers can get, or crossbows can get a couple of straight hits on bills then. No, there's Eagle Warrior. Those archers back and forth, still dancing. Lots of crossbow numbers for Chart, actually, exceeding Ozone. So he's on only 2 range production, but keeping his foot on the gas in terms of producing the archers. Yeah, look how strong ballistics is. Dodge everything. Well, it forces him to micro and dodge everything, right? Like Chart standing on the hill now. Losing the fight to someone dodging ballistics. Look at that dodge micro. Down here, also, strength of ballistics, killing some crossbows. Double barracks added, so that'll be a total of 3 triple barracks eagles for Ozone. He's doing upgrades, doing armor. Doesn't have any eagles yet. But he has squires, will have the first armor, the second armor, and has eagles. So he'll be in a good position to fight crossbows with eagles once he starts flooding them. Second TC for Chart, though. Maybe fighting crossbows isn't enough if Chart's going to be able to boom. Waiting for a Civ bonus to get free ballistics in Castle. Don't scare me. It'd have to be a Civ that has neither crossbow nor elite scarm. Make it like AoE 4. Oh no, the Har, those homing missiles. So gill nets and forging both for Ozone. Gill nets for the faster working fishing ships, and he'll have to consider whether he wants fish traps as the fish start to run out, get a bit farther from the docks. Still a few fish left in the sea. That won't last forever. And forward workshop for Chart, who will be adding a mangonel And oh, there's the mangonel, but ungarrisons at an unfortunate spot. As Ozone picks a Vil and will chase the mangonel with the crossbows within its minimum range, and even fend off other crossbows while chasing it. And that mangonel wants to fight back, but can't. It's stuck there. And the crossbows destroy it. Really not well played by Chart to put on enough pressure to make up for not going water. Yep, that's what you have to do if you don't go water. You gotta be very aggressive. And he will kill a few Vils on the TC. Ozone will do what he can to dance. And all the crossbows slaughtered by the Eagles. TC finished by the Vils. And third range for Chart. We'll have a stable at the back for him. These crossbows will get around the back of the wood line of Chart and push the Vils away. Chart running back to this back TC. So he is on 3 TCs to Ozone's 2. 60 Vils to 52 Vils, and fishing ships at this point probably less valuable than Vils. Ozone still with a good eco lead from early on, 2k ahead. Yeah, the offensive workshop looking kind of sad now. That it is. And I don't know if Chart has enough eco to do this. He's killing quite a few crossbows. I mean, the KD is still even. But it will now be 2 gold units, crossbows plus eagles for Ozone, that Chart will have to contend with so far only crossbows. Oh, now he's going to go Cav Archers. He sees the eagles and is like, well, time for Chimera Cav Archers. Bloodlines on the way for him. And he wants Chimera Cav Archers. Oh, scout down by the workshop. And those crossbows, not cleaned up, could be hit in the rear. Or could hit the rear of Chart. Eagles run forward under the TC. Gotta snipe off some Vils. And we'll have Arson plus Iron Casting for Ozone. And now Eagles will start their hoovering. 5 Pierce Armor Eagles. At least the attack upgrades are in. For Chart. Husbandry for the Cav Archers, trying to go full Cav Archer, but they have 8 attack. Are eagles enough here? It's a lot of eagles. Maybe it is. With Husbandry, Cav Archers are pretty speedy. Eagles won't catch them. Struggling even to catch the crossbows under the TC. As Eagles will poke all of them down. And Chart stopped microing and lost a couple of Cav Archers for it. But most of the Eagles are cleared from Ozone. But more on the way. That's the thing about Eagles. Once they start, they never stop. He's got 4 Barracks Eagles. Oh, let's go. 4 Barracks Eagles. Nice and aggressive. Chart starting to idle Vils inside of houses. Can I show eco efficiency LM? I don't think so. And we do have idle eco, which is spiked up.
Okay.
But I think that's only a team game stat for capture age, or at least this version. Like worker efficiency.
Okay.
I think that's on the team game version though.
Okay.
Maybe I'm just imagining that.
Okay. Okay.
Saville's getting killed by eagles.
Okay.
And Cav Archers keep the eagles away. And Imperial Age clicked for Ozone, so he's about to get Elite Eagle. And this game might be over in 90 seconds. Another Jack. And, oh, Cav Archers with a tower in the back defending the gold. Will these towers be enough? A few eagles are there. Ozone should see this. He should see this. He's also scouting the south. He found a mining camp there, and we'll have cleaned the villas with his eagles. So what's going on the minimap this game? Fort houses there from chart. But guard tower for Ozone. Alright, really doesn't want to be raided by the Cav Archers. Commits to guard tower to fend them off. So ballistics bodkin guard towers. Need some murder holes. Which he does not have. There's Ozone up to Imp. And there we are. GG with Imp. GG. So let's see. We'll have a win for Ozone. And checking out the stats. That's 96 to 91 KD. The early drush paid off. And I don't know if Chart would have tried to skip the dock anyway. The Chimera feel like maybe a save where you do skip the dock and rely on farms. But once the drush came in, he was not moving out to the water at all. Stayed at home, Ozone fished. And Ozone fished quite well, as that will be... Let me find the maps. Win for Ozone on high tides. And he won Inca versus Chimera. So second pick save for both of them. And alright, Twitch really wants me to run an ad. So I will try to appease the Twitch gods. Apologies for that, but we'll just wait for the next game. Or wait for the ad for the next game. And game 2 will be on Reverse Acropolis, so Chart's home map. You can hang out on YouTube for 2 minutes if you want to see me update my overlay. That gives me a minute to type the civs in while I still gotta type them in manually. So, Reverse Acropolis, swapping sides. It'll be Ozone as the Maya. Ooh, another American civ. And Chart as the Spanish. Is that the Colombian flag for Ozone? Yes, it is. Ozone's Colombian, and Chart is... I believe Chart's the best player in Japan. I don't know. I'm trying to think. There are definitely other Japanese players I know, but I don't think anyone's at his level. Survivalist is living in Japan, but he is Canadian. Yo? No, Yo's Chinese. Hello, Tambao. Oh, nice peaceful Age of Mythology music. I want to grab some music from other medieval games and throw it into the background tracks between games, so just so we have more variation. Or I like 3B, 1B. I watch his videos, yes. I've used... I have a map scripting video where I used Manum to do some animations, but then they updated the map scripting engine, and I need to remake the video. You're living there, that doesn't count. Let's say he's the best player for whom I'll put the Japanese flag on the overlay. The best Nations Cup participant. Alright. So there we go. Time for game number 2. Ozone will be playing as the blue Maya. He'll be to the northwest. And Chart will be playing as the green Spanish. He'll be to the southeast. And the map shall be Reverse Acropolis. Reverse Acropolis, an idea from Young Panda that I turned into a map script. So, my Spanish, is this FC Plumes versus Conks? Game of Throws, thank you for the follow. Thank you for yeeting over to that follow button. I like how Mem says the name of the country rather than the demonym.
Shot it.
I'm guessing I need a full sentence example. Is Ozone Montreal convention because he is coming back? What? I like Is Montreal gonna have another expo?
See?
That's what the baseball team was named, the Montreal Expos. They moved to DC though. Now all Canada has are the Blue Jays. Oh, China player instead of Chinese player. Okay. So I have no idea what to expect on Reverse Acropolis. I've been seeing some feudal age aggression into walling into booming. But I also think FC unique unit should be a viable play. You are really far apart from each other. The wood lines are pretty small, so that does make it a bit difficult to wall. But everything at the bottom should be nice and stable. Burma instead of Burmese. Oh, for the Civ? I tend to just read the names. Myanmar instead of Burma. Oh boy. And it's very, so that is definitely just a language thing. I don't know what that is. I do not speak any Spanish at all. So I wouldn't know if there is a particular difference in how the endings of words change in that situation. So Scout will be weaker than the Eagle, won't want to fight in the Dark Age. Ozone will just give it a little bit of a chase. And he will add in a Barracks. Chat, are we going to see a Drush FC from Ozone? Drush FC into Plumes. Plumed Archer is one of the few unique units that I think actually can compete with Conquistadors. You need a lot of them, and you need ballistics, but they're cheap, and you can get to that point. And they have enough HP, they're usually fairly decent against Mangonels, too. Drush in a map where you're so far away? Yep, Drush. To try to harass the small wood lines, put some pressure on Sharp before he's able to wall fully. So yeah, Drush when you're this far away is certainly viable. And we'll have a deer push from Ozone. Even full archers can destroy. I mean, Drush FC Expo could also be a play. You're just not going to go into Eagles versus Conks. Not at all. The advantage of Plumes over Expos is their mobility against the Conks. That you can run away from them fairly well. Those Plumed Archers are fast. Not as fast as the horses. But fast enough they can get away. Plumes die so hard to Conks? If you don't have enough plumes, sure. But if you get enough plumes and you get ballistics is pretty key. Because then you're taking fights where the Conks are inaccurate, and you can dodge the conch shots, and it's much harder for them to dodge you. And a couple of militia out for Chart, so this might be a Drush versus Drush fight. He's looking for 2 militia, and we'll spot the Drush. Up to Feudal, and adding a 3rd, and he might try to defend with walls while sending his men-at-arms forward. With 3, he's either going to fight this, or he might wait for men-at-arms upgrade in Feudal. So Ozone sees this, he sees the flags atop the barracks, and he'll simply patrol in front. And now that the flags are gone, he knows the militia have walked around. Plumes need the elite upgrade for the graphics change, yes. That is very true. Really hard to stop bullets with your naked chest. I don't know. Look at those male bills. I think they could do it. Look at that guy. He's gonna turn his back to us to show off his back. They could probably do it. Anyway, Chart up to Feudal. Man-at-Arms and Double Bit Axe on the way for him. And they'll be getting close to the berries, but Ozone walling, looking like a Valessa patch of berries with the small walls up already. Even as the blue player color, too. And atop the hill running down. Let's see if they can find anything to hit. TC attacking the scout. And Ozone just brings his Drush back. Not adding any extra militias yet. Oh, there he is, adding 2 more, actually. 2 more. Never mind. I just misread the overlay. Adding 2 more militias. And horse collar for Chart. So Chart will do horse collar before even seeding the first farm. And he's ready to follow this up with an archery range. So up faster for men-at-arms into archers. Ozone will try to do the man-at-arms upgrade himself and then fight here. Archers for the Maya will, of course, be cheaper, and archers for the Spanish, of course, do not scale that well because the Spanish do not have access to the crossbow upgrade. So Eagle pokes the scout, and the militia 10 seconds away from the man-at-arms upgrade. Take a fight, and that man-at-arms for Chart. Cannot pathfind, has to run away. And there is the archery range pumping out eagles for Ozone. And scout, a couple of men-at-arms chased away. And this will be more men-at-arms for Ozone. He'll win the fight if it happens. Wants to be very careful with his eagle, though, not to take stray men-at-arms hits. Okay, he doesn't want to be careful there. He will just chase the men-at-arms with it. Yeah, and they'll get a triple hit on the eagle. Yeah, I don't think that was the right micro from Ozone there. I think the eagle needed to stay far away from the men-at-arms, and maybe even engage the early archer. It will be archers for him, cheap archers for the Maya. And Chart, I imagine he does eventually want to go skirms. And Ozone keeping the men-at-arms alive, eventually to deal with said skirmishers. Does not have fletching or any upgrades yet, but then neither does Chart. And Ozone had a couple of houses to try and continue walling up. That's 1 less range compared to crossbows are negative, but they do have more HP. Yeah, it's the plumed archers were like the best unit in AOC. Their cost was increased a bit, and they were thereby nerfed slightly since then, but still very, very scary. So 2 houses and a palisade for Ozone. In French, the expos are called arbalests, and arbalests are called heavy arbalests. So wood lines being chopped for Chart, as he'll add a blacksmith.
Monday?
And the archers will come over to the wood line. And a couple of vills going back and forth collecting wood. We'll have another stone wall forward for Chart.
See? Servidora?
Yes.
And archers will hit the vill away. Oh, looks like they had a pause. They had a pause.
Monday?
And will that stone wall go down? The men-at-arms doing quite a bit of damage. We have a skirmisher swap from Chart to deal with the archers of Ozone. And as I said, not staying archers forever. Has to swap to skirms against the Maya. And skirms themselves will, over time, fend off the men-at-arms. Not that much HP. And at 1 damage, a javelin. Actually, what's that? 2 damage per javelin, because it's fletching versus non-armor. Those men-at-arms have to run away. And the middle army from Chart engages against Ozone, and he loses everything. So Ozone pushing forward with his archers. Now, Chart player so far in TTL has not had much success. He's gone 1-2 in all of his first 3 matchups, and he is in danger of dropping out of silver. Oh, I also realized I forgot to change the logo, didn't I? This is silver. Yeah, I did. Still hears the horses and backgrounds.
Ashike.
Presta.
Tabish.
Horse collar and castle age and padded archer armor all on the way. We also have gold mining for Ozone.
Servidor. Sí.
Servidora?
And vills picked off by archers.
Mande.
Mande.
Presta.
See?
Archer's trying to hit the stone mine, so all that stone from chart does indicate he wants a castle. And he wants conks. And Ozone 1 vill on stone. Long distance mining the stone for now, but if he goes for a mining camp himself, that would indicate plumes. And I really want to see that plumes versus conks. So stonewalled fully is chart down at the bottom of his hill. And he won't be able to stay there forever. Eventually he's going to run out of resources. Eventually he'll have to venture to the middle of the map.
Mande.
Tabish. Shot it.
And there's Ozone up to the Castle Age.
Presto.
Have I seen this before? Probably the Montezuma campaign. And that would have been Aztecs instead of Maya. So another TC for Ozone.
Shot it. Tabish.
Palisade broken through by the crossbows. And okay, and Ozone has a chance to do damage. He's heading in. That castle
Servidor.
will not go up.
See?
Oh, no charge. No charge. He didn't stone wall a palisade tile. He invested so much into the walling. The wall's only as strong as its weakest tile of palisade. And now there's an open hole for the crossbows to stand and fight against the skirmishers. Ballistics is on the way.
Mande. Servidor. Presto.
And the Vills, they can't get to it. They tried to house wall to stop the crossbows from getting to the back of the eco. And now it's a dance against a player who's going to have ballistics soon. And he can send the Vills forward, but that's exactly what Ozone wants to be shooting at. He's going to back off for a moment until ballistics finishes. That gives the skirms some room to come forward.
Presto.
But he does delay that castle by a good while, gets a second TC, is on stone pretty heavily, and I think it's going to be a castle from Ozone. He has ballistics, and then once he gets the castle up, he goes plumes. He's doing skirms, so skirms to maybe buy himself some time
Tabish.
as the conquistadors are queued. But it's going to be plumed archer conquistador, and that was a great job buying himself time to get his eco established before conquistadors are able to raid him.
Así que.
And he's, let's see, that scout from chart is still wandering around. Let's see, T90's messaging me.
Así que.
Atut.
See if I tell him to restart his game if it fixes a problem.
Tabish.
Turning stuff off and on again, always the solution. So here come the conquistadors. From atop the hill, down towards the bottom of the Acropolis, as the outpost is there for that Ozoneville, but sadly does not heed the warning of the vision it granted him, and will be picked off walking straight up into the conks, was shift queued for more outposts, and they will remain there as foundations. Yeah, West tech support. Yeah, you gotta do some tech support while streaming. Thank you, Sahin117 for the follow. Okay, scout picked off.
Presto.
Crossbows will chase the conks away.
Mande.
Castle up for Ozone.
Así que.
Shade.
And that castle will be right in the middle.
Shot it.
Is he technologically
Mande?
talented? He has people helping him who are. And it'll now be plumed archers. Oh, yes. Chat, we're going to see plumed archers. It feels like I haven't seen these since 2015. We see them now and every now and then, sure. But there they are, plumed archers. Let's go. Plumes against conchs, skirms, and mangonels.
Presto. Si.
And if you cross... Ooh, those crossbows, though, at the mercy of the conchs.
Shot
Who
it.
can't hit them.
Tabish.
Who really can't hit them.
Shot it. Tabish.
Everything will group up and need to be careful of the castle, which they now see and see just before mangonels run into it. But Ozone will need more plumes now. Up by 20 vils. But even with a huge eco lead, never easy to hang on against conchs. Needs to make sure that he doesn't lose his armies to skirms. He doesn't lose anything to stray mangonel shots. Male villagers. I mean, the male vills. This is. Look at that physique. He is very threatening. Look at him go, just farming away. That guy chopping wood. Carrying all those logs.
Shot it.
Mangonels get the TC down to half HP. Still no way to engage, and it really isn't much plumed archer production from Ozone. He's buying wood, doing his own workshop. He's maybe holding off until his eco finishes getting established. And because he doesn't have much in the way of plumed archers,
Si.
much in the way of skirms, 35 military, but it's all scattered around? It's not grouped up. Some of it's in the castle, some of it's over here, some of it's falling back. And those conquistadors and Mangonel provide so much forward pressure from Chart that as long as he doesn't Mangonel his own castle, looks like he's gonna construct it. Only 7 vils. Oh, that's a risk, only 7 vils. If Ozone is atop the hill and can micro, he can take down Mangonels. He's gonna head to the side wood for another lumber camp. And he'll try to do a castle on his stone. Chart might run into that. Where are those vils going? They're gonna go straight and find that castle. Is there a world where conquistadors stop that? Chart's gonna hope there is. Here come the conchs. 14 vils. That cat. Oh, this might be a doubt castle. The mangonel's there too. 3 vils down right away. 4 vils down. 5 vils down. 90%.
Ashique.
Well, 7 of the 14 vils are killed, but the castle does go up. And Chart pulled the conchs back at just the right moment. At the same time, he's building his own castle. And gets good mangonel shots on Ozone's army. Plumes and skirms all die, and this is a forward castle. He does not have anywhere nearly enough vils building that castle, but he's going to construct it. He will get that right in Ozone's face. Ozone already running to the side. Doesn't have a gold on this part of the map, unfortunately. But at least he does have gold by his TC.
Atut.
He has outposts pretty much everywhere else on the other side of the map. He has vision from one edge to the other. And did finish those outposts on the right, too. So he has a lot of vision, just not of the middle of the map where the vills went for that castle. And they are Spanish vills. Okay, fair enough. They are Spanish vills. They build faster. And, okay, these vills running outside the gate. Crossbows and skirms are there to pick off conchs. Conchs dodging ballistics, though. Only dodge for so long. A couple of crossbows go down. The conchs get out. Ozone trying to repair that TC. Doesn't want to lose all the farming space. And another TC on the stone for Chart. Could make the Eagles. I mean, Eagles would die to conchs. Eagles would die to conchs. He's up to Imp. Where's the... This is the Imp TC. Well, there's a chance this TC goes down and this one's next. And Ozone might not make it up to Imp.
Si.
I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be fine. Doing a monastery as the conchs keep wandering around. I don't think they'll see the monastery. I'm still waiting to see the plumes. I mean, he's going to go up. What army will he have when he's in? He'll have Trebs to try to destroy the castle, but that'll be it. There won't be many melee units for dealing with Trebs. Maybe even a ram could do it, though. What can he even do? I don't know. He needed maybe more plumes in the middle to deal with the conchs in the early push. Maybe Plume plus Skirm and hope that the Plume dances with the Mangonels well enough.
Shade.
And that's the advantage of the Conch. Most of the units that you would think counter Conchs die to Mangonels. So if you get Mangonels added with them, push becomes all that much stronger. Nice Mangonel shot from Ozone. How can he micro 1 versus 4 Mangonels? Oh, and then Conchs pick off the Mangonel. So goodbye TC. Mangonel's not useful against Conchs. The Hills will run back to this Imp TC. And another castle for Chart as he has 2 more TCs at the top of the hill. Chart still looking for his first set victory in TTL. Needs to win 2 games. Could find one here on his home map. He will be stuck in the castle age for a while. Not much food. And there is Imp. Mangonel gets taken down, almost gets 2. 9 HP remains, and I don't think that workshop will stand long enough to produce another Mangonel. Ozone with more TCs in the middle, so he needs to abandon his downhill area and run to the middle now. Run to the top of the hill.
Servidora.
Bill's picked off by the crossbows. So, bit of a raid. Ozone, I mean, Imp and with more Vills, and with 3k more res collected. If there's a way he takes a good fight and clears Conquistadors, he's right back in the game. But that's much easier said than done, because Conquistadors are indeed Conquistadors. He does have Bracer now. Bracer makes it all the much easier to micro. And he's starting to produce Plumes now. And getting a nice raid with them. But don't use them before the numbers get amassed. Yeah, he runs away. Runs away from all those scary Conchs. And Majestic. I will be in London, yes.
Blood will lead us to ruin. Perhaps he should not return from his boar hunt. Accidents can happen.
Thank you so much for the sub, and I will indeed be in London. And okay, those Vills from the destroyed TC. Running, but running through Conchs. Leda leading these Vills to ruin at the hands of the Conchs. And Husbandry for Chart. Trev attacking the castle. Yeah, you won't have any T-West shirts to wear. You can always wear your male villager costume. So Husbandry for Chart. And Chart with a good score lead. But starting to lose the castle. Now, remember when he had those Vills were even just a moment ago? Now he's got a 20 Vill lead. So that Conch raid changed suddenly while Chart was producing Vills. 35 to 14 Eco KD. Another castle in the middle for Ozone. And Rams queued at the workshop. And oh, this is gonna be a lot of dead Vills too. At least they have a hole they can escape through. Oh no. No, the poor Vills. Conquistadors will massacre everything. They're trying to repair the TC just so they can hop inside. Oh, it's just a waste of wood. Oh no. Oh, the poor Vills. All of them have to run. The Skirms, a couple of Plumes, not there in time to save them. And Chart still nowhere close to Imp. He's adding more Keystores. He'll stay full castle age. Oh, he doesn't need Imp at this point. Oh no, we'll have another castle to the right. For Chart, he's defending all of his TCs with castles, taking the resources at the top. Plumes now have to face Rams. We all know they don't like facing Rams. That's one of the most classic Age of Empires matchups you can imagine. Rams versus Plumed Archers. And no one likes to waste wood like that. allowed Chart to build that castle. I mean, allowing Chart to build that castle completely changed the game. Because if he's able to defend that area, then the Conquistadors don't really hit his vills. So we've seen how much pressure he's able to do with a continued Castle Age push. Castles do sometimes force you to go Imp and start trebbing. Now, Ozone, even though he cleared the forward castles, still has more castles to worry about. And now it's 125 to 69 vills. And now I think the eco difference, as Chart takes a good, healthy res collective lead, is going to be too much. I don't think that it's coming back at this point from Ozone. And that castle even under repair. The Plumes will be sniping Conks. But can't snipe the Ram, and the Ram will destroy the Treb. No vills there. Vills running to fight the Ram to repair the Treb. Either way, Treb goes down. Conks will pepper the vills and the plumed archers with some more gunpowder shots. Vills fighting the Ram. They have to turn. And handcart for Chart. A handy tech for Chart. And that 7-ville castle drop worked out, and you really have to hand it to Chart for how well that let him push into Ozone's base. Yeah, Ozone not even wheelbarrow. And Extraordinary Pixar, thank you for the follow. And it was split on the plumes, split on the plumes. Ozone not giving up, though. He's got 24 plumes. He wants more plumes. He's still hoping that plumed archer can carry. Your conks get buffed recently. They were given a better elite conk. So in some sense they did get buffed, since you can do the elite upgrade and get more value from it. But in the Castle Age only, no. It's more in the vein of if you were to give Spanish crossbows, you'd buff their archers. Masonry and Imperial Age for Chart. Got a feeling this is turning. Yeah, he does. I think he will need Imp to finish this off, honestly, though. The Trebs need a good ram push. The only unit that Ozone has, though, is the Plumed Archer. There's no way he affords elite. He still has only 77 vills. He can Treb, though. He can Treb the TC. That'll be Imp for Chart. And I mean, plumes are very difficult to fight. Very difficult to fight, and not really something you want to fight long-term with conks. The conks, you want to use them to raid, find vills. Avoid the plumes. Plumes, if they have numbers, which they usually do, easier to produce, easier to amass. Have ballistics, so they're more accurate. They can win fights against the conquistadors. What they can't do is protect Trebs from rams, as those Trebs not yet unpacked. Ozone will try to run. Oh, look at those speedy Trebs speeding away from the rams. Those rams needed some infantry garrison. The plumes will focus down the weak ram. As some skirms come over. Now force the plumes away. So now 60 vil difference, but we have 5 Trebs destroying the castle. And only 2 castles behind this now from Chart. How does Ozone, though, deal with skirms? How does he deal with skirms, especially with rams in the front? This is old school AoE, using the rams in the front to push the plumes, and the plumes will auto-target the ram if you don't, or they will automatically target the rams, the closest unit, if you don't micro them properly. So you have to use them to right-click every conk individually to shoot. And the skirms will pepper the plumes with arrow fire behind that. The castle for Chart goes down, but Chart continues to gain in score. Eco difference is absolutely humongous. The conks, there are 17 of them right there.
Tabish. Shike.
Blooms skirmed down. All being skirmed down.
Tabish.
And now we're down to 6 plumes for Ozone, who is floating wood and gold. Did he stop queuing plumes for a while? Looks like he stopped queuing plumes. And he'll just call the GG. So Chart ties at 1-1. Congrats to Chart. Well done for him. Let's see. I have a Discord message. It might be T90 responding to tech support. So let's see. We have 186 to 125 KD for Chart, who has struggled to get his first castle constructed, even as the Spanish. Ozone didn't quite deny it fully, though, and once the conquistadors came forward, he couldn't stop them. Cue to GG. Res collected was even until it wasn't. He's saying, yeah, I did. Interesting. Okay, I'll have to look into why that mod isn't working. Oh, interesting. The dashboard still says Fire versus Sora Kuma is live. Maybe I just need to refresh it. Yeah, Twitch really wants me to play the ads, so get that out of the way as I load the next game. And thus did Cortez count. Oh, poor Tabasco. Hello, Bombay. Poor Tabasco in that Montezuma campaign. You actually couldn't save them in the original. They were triggered to be killed. So the final map will be Northern Crossing. It will be Ozone's home map. Oh, thank you so much for the sub.
An army of rams? How quaint.
UM Strange, thank you so much for the sub for 31 months. That is a long time. Okay, so this final Civ matchup will be Bengalis against the Wu. The Wu, a very easy name to type in. Northern Crossings, yes. Crossing or crossings? Crossings. There are 2 crossings, of course. But Ram Supremacy? Ram Supremacy. If only Vils made the Rams faster. That would be nice. So beautiful Northern Crossing with the shallows that are made out of fish traps. Always gotta appreciate a good fish trap shallow. Let's see, is my overlay looking fine? Yeah, the overlay's looking good. Yeah, I tried to edit stuff and get the unique units at the top. I really like that. The units are made for those square boxes, though, and they don't really fit. Some of them get kind of cut off. I need to see if there's something better I can do. But I like the overall design, though. I think it looks pretty cool. Oh, thank you for gifting a sub.
Another glorious loss for France. I hope you really can turn the tide of this war, Joan of Arc.
Well, we'll have Northern Crossings, game number 3, tied 1-1. This is Ozone's home map. He'll be to the southwest as the Blue Bengalis, Chart to the northeast as the Green Wu, and Chart wants to pick up a win here. He's been 1-2 in all of his sets so far this season, and he would love to get a 2-1 win against Ozone here. Make sure that he doesn't get eliminated. The bottom 2 players do get eliminated. 4 remains in the league. 1 advances auto to gold, and 2nd and 3rd have a playoff to advance to gold. So lumber camp for Ozone. He's pushing in the ibexes. Ibexes can be a bit tricky behind the wood lines on this map, but something I expect players of this level to be able to handle. We see Ratha in this game as the Bengalis. We very well could. Actually, no, I didn't even put the player elos on the overlay. Sorry about that. Let me set the elos up. What am I doing? Chart versus Ozone. Let me get their elos displayed. So Ozone here, he is 2439, and Chart he is 2603. I have to type them in myself for the Rex. Yeah, thank you again, M. Strange, for gifting the sub to Amzio. Add another dock in the back for Chart. Yeah, so he'll be able to spread out fish to those salmon in the back. There's an Ibex push to the TC as a boar is lured in. And killed by the TC. Ozone killing it with the TC. And a dock for Ozone. Both good mixed map civs. Yep. The GN Swordsman should be good if Chart can go for an early castle push. I worry that Ratha's might be stronger. I'm actually thinking now. I don't think I've ever actually seen Ratha versus John Swordsman before. Maybe I should take the Woo. Maybe instead of the Fire Archer, I should use the Jian Swordsman as their icon. You love the Luchuan, and the land here isn't deep enough to protect from them. That's a good point. Yeah, your catapult ship out here on the water could probably hit pretty far inland. The Woo don't have siege engineers, though, so limited range compared to potentially what would be the best elite cannon galleons. So, scout fight as there's a bit of laming attempted from Ozone, and which scout wins. Chart turns around, runs towards the little hill he'd have. And, oh, Ozone will be using the transport ship as part of the sheep lame, the goat lame. Chart goes to pick up his other 2 goats. Oh, and Ozone gets a hit. Ozone can lame a 3rd goat. Ozone with the laming. Put them all on the transport. Oh, will he get the final one? He will, he'll get it. Oh, Chart. Oh, no, that's 4 goats down. Here's the loom for Chart. He only has the sheep. Yeah, on this map, the sheep are under the TC, and the goats are farther away. I did that because I thought the goats were a bit easier to see with the snowy terrain. You think the Lutron is a bit silly? It might be, but there are sillier things. The mechanic of having different attacks for the ship is really strange. Some for anti-building and some for anti-ship. That always throws me off. Fire Archer is very strong. The Fire Archer is a unit I've heard all the pros complaining about that they think it's too weak. I've never really seen it used to the point where it's destroying buildings. So definitely not like the old obsidian arrows. Yeah, running from the scout instead of continuing to attack, maybe trying to send a Vil to attack when you get the HP bonus did cost him a lot of food in the lane. Yeah, and all the goats here, Ozone has all of his goats, and he just needs to drop those goats off and run them to the TC. So many portables for Ozone, meaning that once he gets up, he does not need to think about adding farms at all. Water map where he already has fish, he has more herdables than he can shake his fist at. And as long as they don't get stolen back, he'll be more than happy to rely on them for his food eco. He needs to keep him behind the TC, maybe. He's keeping some of them in the transport. Oh, the scout can hop on the transport. Oh, get on the transport. Get on the transport. Don't lose the scout. Oh, 1 HP left for Chart's scout. You can maybe deposit the goats now. Gotta be quick before the men-at-arms come in. See them used to control water. Do they have any extra bonus or extra range against ships, too? It just says against buildings, so I don't think that applies to ships. Playing about composite bowman, too? Did they? I think that's more Armenians kind of as a whole in the late game feel weak, rather than specific to the composite bowman. As far as I know, they don't have any extra bonus against ships, but I'm willing to be proved wrong about that. So we'll have a dock for Chart. Hello, Kai World? They have burn damage to ships with the upgrades, that's it. Red Cliff Tactics, that is. Fire Archers deal fire damage to ships and buildings. Right. Alright, But they're basic extra range that they get against buildings. They don't get against ships. So the Men-at-Arms trying to break through, running around in the back. Where are they? The goats are... Okay, the goats are off the transport. I was worried for a second. It is 3 scouts. It is 3 scouts now. Vil bouncing back and forth as javelins and scarabs try to hit him. Why is Ozone 3 Vils ahead? Because he's 6 to 3 fishing ships. The actual Vils are 30 to 28. We have a minute or 30 seconds of idle time from chart. So a bit of idle time here and there along with more fish for Ozone. The fishing ships will start to become inefficient, getting a bit farther from the dock. And a few scouts for Ozone. Will they be able to find a Vil? Remember, you can't wall on this rocky terrain. They get in, but will run away from the spear. Gotta worry for that Vil, especially by the hill, but Ozone deciding not to attack her. And will the spear poke his scouts? Oh, the spear's uphill, too. Ooh, that was a good poke. That was a very good poke indeed. Automatically it switches to long-range attack mode versus buildings and ships. Okay, so it doesn't apply to the ships then. Okay, and then we'll have scale barding armor for Ozone. And a couple of houses defended as archers come forward. They'll force this army away. And we'll have scale barding armor for Ozone. So he's swapping to Cav then with the stable. A couple of scouts. Has Chart seen that? Yeah, he does see the stable. But doesn't have a spear forward with this military yet. And there is Ozone enjoying all of the sheep he still has. Just now going to mill. And 3 farms already set up for Chart. Ozone able to delay them. No horse collar for Chart either. That Bengalis, Yenchess. I think Viper played a game in Red Bull and on Loch Ness where they were quite good for getting water. Okay, okay. Oh, thank you for gifting a sub to BF Gertie.
Those cataphracts pack quite a punch. Better to fire and retreat than face them toe-to-toe.
This army will try to retreat from all those scouts and hop aboard that transport ship. Chart, don't leave the transport there, Chart. What are you doing, Chart? Notice your transport's there. Okay. Oh, he does get away. He does get away. Thank you, Nosedive, for the follow. Although those archers almost had to dive to the bottom of the sea. The bottom of the deep blue. 1 tile from the coast that clearly you could stand on. Thank you very much also for TIJS for the gift sub. And that transport will run away. I almost went to Davy Jones's locker. And pick up more archers. Oh, 20 garrison capacity on the transport. What kind of math do I like? Most recently, I have been doing work with category theory and programming languages. It's been a while since I've done any type of more research area math. And some Vils trying to do a house at the front of the TC. I'm doing statistics recently. We could use some good stats for AoE 2 at some point. I think there's a lot of room for interesting stat projects about player data. But I think it's hard to come up with good descriptions of it. Have I tried to solve the Parker square? I have not. So, War Galley for chart. Believe in astrology and alchemy. Absolutely. So, War Galley, and what's he doing in the back? He is harassing the fish of Ozone, who ate 8 fishing ships, but have all had to run to the southern corner, where admittedly there are more fish. That was a later dock. Ozone will be a ways away from the castle age, still 30 seconds, and it'll give these fire ships time to do damage. Try to seek out and destroy the fishing ships in the south. And oh, they're kind of closing them from both directions. Ozone realizing chart's coming from that way. And here come the Gen Swordsman, and also Ozone 0 on stone, so no Varathas from him. Still playing fairly standard. That range still annoyingly forward for chart, and Ozone has to worry about that overchop. He is immediately doing crossbow, bodkin, and light cav. Has quite a few cav to turn into light cav. Where'd they go? Oh, there they are. They're hiding in the forest. I was looking right at them. Oh, and they will take the fight. They should be able to clean the Gen Swordsman. Yeah, and down they go. Another swordsman in the back will walk forward. I'm an alchemist. He transforms buggy maps into clean maps.
Hey.
Yeah, map scripting is an art of dark magic. A 2439 and 2603. Yep, that's what the dashboard told me. So, house wall. Ozone realizing the overchop. We'll try to stop the archers from getting through. As the swordsman walks into the wood line, we'll have bloodlines for Ozone, and the Vils have to run. Do I ever cast Hera? Yes. Wait, we had a good streak of happening to cast Hera losses when he was on the Red Bull ladder. I think he won 80% of the games that he played, but we always happened to catch him during his losses. Alright, crossbows behind the wood line. They're feeling like they have extra range. And these Vils, low on HP, are not going to react. They simply will run away. They're all super low, but no ballistics on those crossbows, so they didn't get a kill. And there'll be a TC on the stone on the outside for Ozone, too. Fireship goes down. And a few archers hanging out on the shallows. Ozone's gonna break in. Alright, Ozone's ready to break in. He's up 62 to 54 on eco population. He's kept his fishing ships alive. He's had to run them around from this dock to the south of the island. Oh my gosh, there are some demos. We were just in time for demos to intercept each other. Around the south of the island, where he's fighting with fires, he looped around the side, crossed over the shallows, and is now here, where he's making a battle elephant. Oh, let's go battle elephants. Husbandry for them, as he is in, and he's still using the light cap to fight the Gen Swordsman, using them as a shield in front of the crossbows. Crossbows really want to shoot them when they're already weakened, when they have less pierce armor. And that was a decent fight against the Swordsman, but he can't overstay his welcome with those light cav, or with the light cav going down. He needs the meat shield in front of the crossbows. And he wants another TC. He'll use the elephant to batter down the range of Chart. And Chart will go for a TC on the gold to the north. Archers in a skirm. Almost killed the crossbows, down to 1 HP. And now the elephant will chase them away. The elephant is ever so slightly faster. He does have husbandry in, so 0.99 speed to 0.96. That'll catch them, and goodbye, archers. Goodbye, archery range soon. Half HP for that. His fishing ship's still working. And it will be a defensive castle. Oh my gosh, Chart tried to do a castle. This will be a doubt castle. I was looking at the elephant, but there's another elephant here. And that castle might not go up for him. That looks like a doubt castle. That looks like a doubt castle. In the back, the fires are cleaning up some more of the fishing ships. And here come the Gen Swordsmen, but more elephants. Elephants to fight the Swordsmen. And that's a lot of meow. Thank you for the follow. And here come the Vils. Here comes an entire village trying to raise the castle. Crossbows in the back. We'll be sniping them off. Crossbows should have a field day here. Still no ballistics. But how many vills will they kill? The elephants are through. The elephants are through. The castle's at 71%. And the vills have to get back to the TC. Back they go. Young swordsmen still fighting crossbows. As vills come forward, desperate to get the castle up. These crossbows will just sit in the murder holes range. Without ballistics, they can't kill vills. Oh, ballistics is so important on DE. And, oh, is there murder holes? That crossbows are probably just slightly outside the range. Elephant gonna absorb some arrows. 12 HP elephant. So the range is still there, but more TCs for Ozone. And he's looking in a pretty dominant spot now, up by 20 vills. Can you train the hero in Castle Age? I don't think so. I think they're only imp. As the fires go down. Nope, there's a fire archer hopping in the castle. Monk wants a conversion. Why did he not convert the elephant? I guess because it only has 12 HP, but crossbows go down all the same. Ozone's starting to get back on water, has a few ships of his own. We'll be cleaning up the houses in the back. And now, with that disaster on the castle, seems like the Jin swordsmen were not effective enough. I liked that from Ozone, the light cav plus crossbow play. And I think we could see in that fight over here pretty well how the light cav just need to get them down to half HP, then the crossbows can finish them off. So Scorpion defense from Charge to try to keep the castle standing, gets the elephant, and will now hit the crossbowman. And there's a GG from Chart. So Ozone wins that 2-1. Congrats to Ozone. And Chart once again cursed to go 1 and 2 in his sets. Oh, poor Chart. Yeah, I think he's looking more and more towards falling out of silver then. But that's 71 to 52 KD for Ozone. Better eco for him. And slower Castle Age, but made it work. Found ways to get his upgrades before fighting the Gen Swordsman. Can we chart his performance? I think the eco chart shows that. Unfortunately for him. Alright, so let's... Oh, I forgot to do his map. He won his home map, but lost the other map. And that was a win with the Spanish, a loss with the Wu, win with the Bengalis, and loss with the Maya. Alright, so we're going to have another set after this one still. Let me just get ads out of the way and set that up. We'll have DuDuZhu versus Terz. So here we go. Let me check their drafts. DuDuZhu versus Terz. Let's be back in gold. My gold logos on. I forgot to change the logos. Oh well. Change it in capture age properly. Double check what group they're in. I think this is group D, actually. Oh, where is this on Wikipedia? It'll be gold. Yeah, so gold DuDuZhu versus Terz, and I can grab their elos when I get the capture age. Not seeing Char or Ozone for... It's in the Silver League. It's in the Silver League. If you check the Wikipedia page, on the top there'll be tabs. They are in the Silver League. Alright, so let's update a couple of titles. Alright, so I got that. I have the drafts, but the drafts on the overlay. Alright, so Slopes is game 1. Terz will pick Tulu as his home map, and DuDuZhu will pick High Tides as his home map. Persians, Koreans, Turks, Vietnamese, and Khitans for Terz. Italians, Armenians, Romans, Mongols, and Slavs. Ooh, the Slavs picked at the end of the draft for DuDuZhu. Mongols also very low on the list of picks, oddly enough. So this will be back in gold. And let me open up game 1. We suddenly got a spike in viewers, which makes me think people just tried to refresh the stream to skip the ad that I played. And yep, all set here. Koreans, Romans. Oops, and I'll type their ELO on the scoreboard before we start. I'll remember that this time. So DuDuZhu right now is 2205 and Terz 2542. So I would swear DuDuZhu is a much better player than 2205. And I'm sure that the ELO just isn't completely reflective of his skill level. But earlier on, he did lose to Daniel in a quick 3-0 sweep, a very quick set of games. But these two players kind of towards the bottom of Group D, but still looking to get wins and make up ground. So let's head into the set. And a set after this. Yeah, this will be the final one for today. Then I'm all caught up. So we'll have DuDuZhu as the blue Romans to the northwest, and Terz as the green Koreans to the southeast. The map is Slopes. And here we go for our final set of the day. We'll be back tomorrow with more, but this will be, again, a game of Slopes. So Terz immediately picking up all those sheep he has in the back, scouting the front of his base. Romans, Koreans. Fire Lancers feel like they could be very good here. Arena is also not that good a map for the Mongols. Well, there's no arena in the map pool. I feel that Mongols are great on so many maps in this map pool. Maybe Slopes is maybe benefiting them from the hunt, but not as much as some other maps. Not like Valley. Mongols for Valley should be crazy. Joey, and thanks for covering so many sets. Always great to see some games during work. Well, thanks for stopping by. I'm glad the casts have helped your work. Catch me if you'd Shingus. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, I know we have a lot of Terz fans around these parts. Did everyone start at the silver qualifier and then move their way up to platinum? Season 1, there was some seeding for platinum and gold, and silver served as the qualifier. Then for the next season, silver served as the qualifier for gold. This season of TTL is the first time we've had a bronze, which is the qualifier for silver. So the bronze league is people who try to qualify for silver. Then there's silver, gold, and platinum where players move in between seasons. Why are Fire Lancers good? Fire Lancers are just OP. It's hard to explain how good the Fire Lancer is because they beat pretty much everything. The only real weakness that they have is maybe what the Romans do well in the swordsman line and scorpions, but that's covered so well by pretty much everything the Koreans do when they add in guard towers, when they add in hand cannoneers or their own siege, their cannon, their rocket carts. I almost said Onager, I caught myself. I remembered they have rocket carts now. It's not just the Fire Lancer, but everything that gets added around the Fire Lancer. And the Lancer itself, it has a 20%, actually a 50% discount. I looked at the Worships line. It's an infantry unit, a 50% discount on the wood cost. So it is almost only a gold cost unit. Which means you don't need much eco to pump them out. Combine that with cheap skirms that counter the crossbows that might kill Fire Lancers. And you have a unit that basically doesn't have weaknesses, because the weaknesses are covered so well. And good against Cav. That's good against the Romans, because they also kind of have a Cav play with Commit to Tenseis applying to the Night line for they train faster and have a charge attack. Immediately, though, we have a quick drush from DuDuZhu. Terz trying to wall that out. And Terz has been scouting his own base. Didn't go forward to scout a barracks or anything. But feeling the drush, he now does loom. Doesn't want to have to lose vills to militia. Not walling, though, although he will start attacking the scout before loom comes in. And he really needs loom to finish in the next 2 seconds. There he goes. He might lose a vill here. Can she path away? Can she path away? Will there be convex hull floating point errors? Well, she doesn't get back to the TC. And now, 1 militia for 1 vill this early. Probably a good trade for DuDuZhu. So, Terz, what a noob. Hello, Terz. Terz losing the vill. Not walling the wood line. Doing loom, but not doing it soon enough. What did he do? Did Terz push his deer in the Dark Age? Yeah, look at that scouting. He pushed his ibexes and lost a vill because of all the greed of not scouting. Is this live? Now, these were played earlier today. Unfortunately, they were played at 7 a.m. my time. And I actually, earlier this morning, I had a guy here to clean out the ducts. I have to have that done every couple of years. And that was this morning for me, so I wasn't around to cast it. But we are here to cast it. And thank you, Ziranoth, for the follow. And now Terz can watch, too. Yeah, this is deep Terz territory. And Terz territory runs very, very deep. Like I would say that Terz territory is a very deep rabbit hole, but if you take all these hairs, Terz territory is basically the hairs dug the entire middle of the slopes. That's how deep Terz territory is. That's how excavated it is. Is this life? This is life. Yeah, Terz is in the chat. And he's if this were live, Nilly would be giving him minus 100 elo right now. So he will be up to feudal faster, not going for the drush, just doing the barracks now. Not going to open for men-at-arms. It looks like the barracks is a bit too late for that, so he'll probably add in skirms. Is this just fantasy? Just fantasy. And there's Terz up to feudal age. Television miles. No, that's a joke about Yo's Red Bull penalty. Terz plays with his ring finger while blindfolded, his hands tied behind his back while on a unicycle and typing in chat. I have a friend who would solve Rubik's Cubes, but he'd do it while juggling, and eventually he did it while also riding a unicycle. So I think Terz has to step his game up, if that's all he's doing. So double bit axe and horse collar for DuDuZhu. He's pumping out a spear, and not going for a men-at-arms, just has that militia left over.
Yeah.
It'll be an archer for Terz on gold, so he can do an archer skirm mixture. Archer will help pick off the militia. And 1 HP. Down goes the militia. And Terz's scout will potentially run into a spear. No, he turns around. Terz can micro. He turns around in time. But so far, we're going to see the same thing that maybe put Caspa behind when he walled his base at the bottom of the slope and didn't go out for the tops of the slopes. And, oh, also some laming there. DuDuZhu laming all the hairs on Terz's head atop that slope. And DuDuZhu will take his own hairs peacefully. No pressure from Terz. No pressure yet, though, as Terz will start sending archers in that direction. DuDuZhu may be aware of that. He has his spear out there to spot them, and will be ready to send skirms to counter. How often is TTL happening? Like once a year, or multiple seasons in a year? Probably around once a year. In the past, there were a couple seasons every year. It'll probably be once a year. I think T90 wanted to have a bit more funding for kind of a larger event and do it yearly. Well, that could always change. And DuDuZhu running away from the archers. Oh, he's doing a gate. Let's go. Using a gate to try to dodge the archers. Oh, doing another gate. Did that help? Maybe. It kind of helped. It's like he's playing the Alcatraz scenario there at the gates. Oh, but doesn't get the gate up. Instead, we'll fight the scout. He'll have his skirms. The skirms are running forward. And that's one vil down, but now Terz might lose all the archers to the skirms. The scout is dead, and a second vil killed. But down go the archers. DuDuZhu had the army to defend this, but it wasn't quite in the right position. And now he's down by 2 vils. It's 2-1 KD. Favor of Terz. And a couple of ranges out there. Did he do Town Watch? He also did Town Watch. Ooh, that's rough when you do Town Watch, but then you don't react in time. Is the DuDuZhu the famous one? Yes, it is. The DuDuZhu and the Terz. One and only of both. Even though maybe there isn't one and only Terz. Maybe we're all Terz down on the inside. Blacksmith and house for DuDuZhu, as he is looking to wall up to the edge of the map. Oh, hello, DuDuZhu.
Yeah.
Mathematically, there should be another 2 Terz. 2 more. They could play 3v3s then. Rival Vitality. And Castle Age clicked first for DuDuZhu. Terz shouldn't be too far behind. Getting close to clicking up. And then it's what do the Romans do against Fire Lancer? Or against whatever the Koreans want to add in. You're pretty far apart on this map, which makes it pretty safe that you're going to get towards a mid to late game situation. Maybe the downside for Terz is the lack of stone control? His main stone's forward, but he does have a second stone in the back, so that should be more than enough to get some guard towers going. And I don't think Scorpion plus Legionary does much against guard tower. Hello, Beba Cakes. Legionaries, I mean, that's what I was talking about earlier. In isolation, sure, they're decent against Fire Lancers. But then the Koreans had hand cannoneers, guard towers, all the stuff the Koreans do. And that combo, I think, not something the Romans can really deal with. They'd have to hope to have a huge eco lead, but so far that's not the case. Was it ever that in the Rubli days? My Twitch name was. And T-West was taken. T-West still is taken. I just had to add the AoE at the end. And Cyberspace, thank you for the follow. Or worse with the rocket cart change, the fire speed really hampers the engagements. Well, most of the pros I've seen, I think the general consensus is rocket carts are stronger than mangonels. That feels like the feeling I have too from watching games. So Elite Skirm, remember Skirms are cheap for the Koreans with their wood discount. So a Skirm fight that is equal favors the Koreans for the most part. Spoke to you with Paladins years ago. Yeah, probably on the HD edition. Fucking an Elite Skirm. Maybe there's a YouTube video of that somewhere. Is the Wooloo? That is whenever Red Bull wants to fund it. I doubt they'll do it more than once a year. So, Elite Skirm now for Terz, and he can push this back, but a second TC already for DuDuZhu. And as I said, if he wants to win this matchup, it has to be by virtue of having a much better eco. But Forward Workshop might slow that down, and Forward Workshop should be stopped by towers, if Terz can do guard towers. And Terz still has more res collected. Bill count's still the same. There's no humanly possible way Terz loses this. That's what we're saying. This is maybe our test to confirm whether or not Terz is a human. So Skirms, time to trade some Skirm Javelins, but Terz's micro on point. Pushing DuDuZhu away from the middle of the map, back towards his ranges. And you got the Romans doing a double kill on the spears. The Romans doing Skirms, they're really not a... Not that they don't like Skirms, but in the long run they lack Bracer. So it's not their favorite composition. They want to be on Scorpions and Swordsmen. Stars. Gold League, yep, Gold League.
Salve. Impera. Salve.
Skirms going down.
Impera.
All the Skirms going down. And... Oh, nice fight from Terz. He cleaned the Skirms. You have 7 Skirms left, but they're all hiding in the ranges, and not enough to engage Terz in the Skirm micro. A couple of archers also harassing Vils on the wood line, where DuDuZhu did his second TC, and Terz will now establish his second TC atop the slope, on the top right. It does seem to be out-skirming. It does feel that way. His Fire Lancers also seem to be destroying that workshop. Now he'll go forward with a rocket cart to try to put even more pressure on the Skirms. Wheelbarrow for Terz. As the Mangonel hits some Skirms. Skirms have to dodge back and forth. And the rocket cart gets a shot over the Mangonel. Dodge away, and another shot clears the Mangonel this time. Lack what? Lack Bracer. They won't get Bracer and Imp. So they won't have the range to fight the Koreans. And DuDuZhu, not liking the Civ matchup, calls the GG. Alright, so there's a win for Terz. There's a win for Terz. And, well, at least DuDuZhu called the GG when we have a palindromic time, 25:52. So, not liking the matchup against the Koreans, calls the GG. And, well, we'll check out the stats. Military has a 30-15 KD for Terz. The ecos were neck and neck, but DuDuZhu not willing to play on at that point. Didn't feel like he was going to pick up the win. Well, yeah, what a time to call it. You gotta love a palindromic time. He has the wildest. Yeah, DuDuZhu also the player who won a game with 0 Vils in sudden disaster. Like he held on. All was almost lost. That's a win for the Koreans and a loss for the Romans. Alright. Well, now he's also gonna pick Terz's home map for game 2. Game 2 is Tulo. And alright. Just update my overlay. Tulo. It'll be Mongols against Turks. And there we we are Turks versus Mongols. We'll have Terz. Let's see, I got the map updated. Yep. We'll have Terz as the green Turks to the northwest, and they will spawn with a queen. A queen, exactly the same stats as the king. You lose her, and you lose the game. And this map, you start with a fortified tower. No castle, though, so you can't train unique units, but it is the standard regicide resources. And as we have DuDuZhu on the right, he will immediately send Vils forward to build a dock while he scouts with his queen and has a scout fight. But Terz brings his own Vil over. Now you have to be extra careful on these Vil fights because on Regicide you start with 0 gold, and 0 gold means no loom. We have seen a few Aztecs drush on this map. Imagine that queen tried to stop the quick wall, but herself got quick walled with a Vil. Alright, so the queen attacked by the scout. So for Vil dock, Vil's on the box turtles. Box turtles around the middle. And quick feudal for DuDuZhu as the Mongols. He didn't even lure either of his boars yet. He's just going up as fast as he can to feudal. Alright, you do have on this map no stone in the middle, all the stones on the outside. So you have to chop through 2 layers of trees to get to the stone. And the trees have 200 wood. Does fully upgraded Turk Cav Archers beat fully upgraded Mangudai? I think so, yes. But that's also in the 1-to-1 fight, Cav Archer versus Mangudai directly. Turks should also have the better Hussars, like Cav Archer Hussar, I think, if the Turks win. But when you start adding siege, the question is what type of siege do you get? And having Mangudai to pick off Turk Bombard Cannon is really nice. And then also the potential for drilled siege onagers to counter Turk CA is nice. And also they can maybe play dodgeball with the cannon, the artillery cannon. But I think that's all a lot more expensive for the Mongols, and a much more late-game composition. Maybe you'd see that more on Rage Forest than you would here. But then even the Turks can do Bombard Towers, so it's kind of back and forth, I think. You like this map? I do too. I do too. I think it gives us an interesting start with the fish. You have Stronghold vibes. We did use the map in Stronghold Frenzy. Wasn't Regicide there, though. It was just normal. And forward Barracks. All right, Barracks for Militia, no loom. Let's go. DuDuZhu seems to have a plan here. Terz will try to lure in his boar. But the Militia are almost there to drush. Oh, the boar just out of his line of sight. Oh, he might have seen it. Might have seen it if he's paying attention. Just missed the timing on that. Alright, DuDuZhu putting the queen in her tower. Same with Terz. And now here is the Man-at-Arms upgrade from DuDuZhu. As Terz will do loom for the Vils in case the Men-at-Arms do break in. Yeah, that time he was so close to getting the boar. So close. Didn't quite get there. Now the Fire Galley in the middle, taking down the dock. And some Vils will come hunt the deer for DuDuZhu inside of his gate. Yeah, Terz will repair that house for a while. It needs to finish the other house eventually so it doesn't get housed. You have a Regicide game. Yes, DuDuZhu got lucky the queen wasn't spotted standing out in the open. Well, in the Dark Age, you're not really threatened. The most threatening thing to the queen in the Dark Age is quick walls. And Terz trying to go for a fire, but will not win against DuDuZhu. DuDuZhu reacting with 2 fires of his own, maintaining the water control. And no, that gate was deleted. Alright, wanted to lure in the board, deleted the gate. And Men-at-Arms attacking the house, but they are not breaking through yet. No arson for them. Before the introduction of Gambesons, Mongols actually had fully upgraded champions. But as I say it, there is arson from DuDuZhu. Yeah, there's no fortified palisade gate, so it's just a standard gate. There's either palisade gate or stone gate. And Varintho went with stone when he originally designed the map. And, ooh, there's a demo from Terz, gets a villager. Well, let's go, Terz. 1-to-1 Eco KD gets a villager. Terz with a sneaky demo, not letting DuDuZhu fish peacefully. And the Men-at-Arms forcing a lot of repairs with Arson, but Terz will get an archer out. Down pretty far in score, though. Res collected just about similar. Now, if this were AOC, and we didn't have extra Pierce Armor for the Hussars, and we didn't have Sipahi for the Cav Archers, I'd say, yeah, Mongols win this, and there's very little Turks can do against Mangudai. But now I think Turk's actually one of the better civs for fighting Mangudai. Remember, the Mongols do miss their final Pierce Armor. And usually ranged units do help to counter the Mangudai. Oh, Netting's Ghost on YouTube sent 20 TOS gift memberships. Look at that. Thank you. A bunch of random people get now a gift membership. Thank you very much. I don't have an alert for that or anything. Oh, Cloud Gaming, you're in the chat all the time. You didn't even get one. Man, YouTube needs to rig the chatters in the gift membership. Well, thank you very much. If I ever get back to YouTube video editing, I want to do also early access to videos for the members along with the Patreon. I need to actually get back to editing. I have so much map scripting to do. Based on how many hours you're watched. I feel that Twitch definitely has some type of algorithm that weights active chatters for the random gifts. I don't know about YouTube, though. We saw someone gift a random sub once and end up gifting it to themselves. Apparently, you have to, like, enable the ability to receive gifted memberships on YouTube. It's a brand account, so you can't get it. Ah, okay. Oh, thank you for showing the YouTube support. So we got Castle Age on the way for both players, as Terz will try to hide some archers around the back of DuDuZhu's base. Just cause a little bit of mayhem here. I'll have to find a way to get alerts for that. Maybe Twitch doesn't let me show alerts for YouTube. Oh, we'll figure it out. Sometimes I get gifted subs for streams I don't even watch. And scouts kill an archer. I'll go find more archers. And that archer for Terz will be cleaned up. There we go. And what is this over here? That is a market from DuDuZhu over in the corner. Maybe trying to wall up with it. Almost want walled all the way to the side, actually. You can do some good walling with these wood lines. From a previous version of the map, I did kind of decrease the size of the wood lines, but you can do a lot of nice walling with them. Yeah, preparing to trade, right? Preparing to trade. Always gotta prepare to trade. Even in a 1v1. Most especially in a 1v1. If you ever need your opponent to be off of the water, the best thing you can do is make one trade cog and send it to trade with their dock, and then they have to delete their docks because they won't want you to trade with them. That's the knowledge Hera needs to get to 4K. I have once seen a map where that might have been a thing because it was a full-on trash war. Byzantines, Berbers, and there was water, one strip of water along the bottom of the map where both players had docks. And I was thinking, you know what? Trading with your enemy here might actually be a sneaky play. So, Monk for DuDuZhu. There are 5 relics on the map, 1 directly in the middle, and then 1 in each corner. Monks will try to heal up the light cav. And the fire galley will kill a couple of cav archers, maybe. back, and we'll have a monastery for Terz. And a couple of cav archers now getting to the back, chasing light cav away from the wood line. And, well, Terz, you can go forward around the back with the cav archers. Can't really hit much, but DuDuZhu has only walled one side. It would be silly if those cav archers run the entire way around. There's scale barding armor from DuDuZhu. As he has a great score lead and pretty good eco lead too. Still has a fishing ship on the middle. And this might be a late game matchup between Turks Mongols then. Where are the queens? The queens are each in their respective tower, their fortified tower. So nothing threatening them yet. Although the towers are towards the front of the bases. So some siege pushes can be scary. We have seen Treb snipes before. We have seen a Treb snipe that killed a queen. Or a king. Well, actually, we've seen the map several times. We've seen both. We've seen, there was that Viper game a while ago on the map. He completely forgot it was Regicide. His tower got destroyed. Oh, and another 10 memberships on YouTube. Yeah, the tower got destroyed and the king popped out and got trebbed. Same thing happened on one of these games in TTL. Tower was almost destroyed, the queen popped out, player forgot about her. Next treb shot, 15% accuracy, got lucky, sniped the queen. And you gotta be really lucky with treb snipes because the accuracy is only 15%. And if anyone pays attention, they run away. Now, Terz trying to wall, but couldn't save that Vil, and will delete the gate, as the DuDuZhu will get the light cav over here. And we have a foot race to the relic. Which monk will win this race is going to be a close one. DuDuZhu will get there unless he blocks his own monk. But no, he's going to find Terz's monk and say, no, my monk's winning this race. Man, I wish I had that in high school cross country. A light cap to come out of nowhere and help me win my races. And, ooh, monk sniped off, though, from Terz. Cav archers not letting anyone get the relic. Like Cav could push the monk faster. Oh, who knows with pathing? Maybe there's a way to group and patrol and force a monk to go faster. That was my best 5K time. When I was running cross-country season, it was around 1740. But in track season, just like during practice, I was in much better shape on a track in kind of ideal conditions. I was around 1640. I didn't do that in a race, though. See, I heard about that, yeah. Bever cakes. Best time anyone on my team had in high school was around 4:15 for the mile. So the cav archers from Terz protect this walling Vil. Terz does manage to Alcatraz this Vil. Much better fate than the Vil on the other side. Oh, the men-at-arms from DuDuZhu are still alive. There's still those men-at-arms walked all the way around the outside to get back here just to find some cav archers. They've been on a journey. Can I make 2 light cav as the Turks here? To help with the relics, you could. I think Terz is maybe content with the cav archers, though. And, oh, here comes some Vils. Looks like they're just going for a lumber camp, though. Just a lumber camp, maybe finishing the walls. Nothing too out of the ordinary for them. And there is the camel from Terz, finally cleaning up some of the light cav. One more, but the camel should get them. Now, outpost Vil forward for DuDuZhu. Keeps constructing houses as he runs forward. And the gate will actually gate off the camel. And gold mining for Terz. Still lacking a handcart. DuDuZhu lacks heavy plow. There's a clip from P90's cast with a monk being pushed. I gotta allow that chat. I almost thought he was going to lose a cav archer to the men-at-arms. It's a monastery for DuDuZhu. Oh no, the deer is walled in. I think that's okay. That's open. That's open. The deer got out. Yeah, my best mile time was 4:54. I did at least get sub 5. One day, hopefully I can get back into shape and get back to that. I need to deal with injuries, though, now that I'm getting old. Can players eat the giant farm? No, this is just a terrain texture. Just a terrain texture out here. They can build farms on top of it, but no, they cannot directly eat it. As cool as that would be. And here are a couple of monks from DuDuZhu. 2 conversions on Terz's Cav Archers. Terz losing the Cav Archers, but he's going full camel now. He's going full camel. The Mongols could do this too, but they would lack the final armor compared to the Turks. That's some map control now. The eco's still the same, 93 to 92. Wall deleted, monks maybe want conversions. We'll have a stable for DuDuZhu. And a castle out for him on the front. That'll be atop a hill. Ranges and a workshop for Terz. So the camels ought to make sure he has map control. Let him get that imp eco set, or imp military building set up. Love the Afghan architecture. Yeah, I guess there are only 2, right? Malians. And do Berbers have the Middle Eastern architecture? Now that I think about it. Yeah, Malians and Ethiopians for the architecture. Or the Afghan architecture. Feel Terz control and shouldn't lose this. I feel like he's in the lead here. Well, DuDuZhu does have the score lead. He does have the relic advantage. I think that Turks can pressure now an early imp before the Mongols really get their techs running. And Foul-Hearted, thank you for the follow. Here's DuDuZhu up to imp. And mining camp on the gold. Does a feudal demo one-shot a camel? No, 120 HP for the camel. I don't think the feudal demo does that much damage. There's a demo in that dock. And 100 HP for the bombard cannon. I don't think the demo one-shots that either. Yeah, just 90 attack. Extra damage against buildings. Can one-shot hand cannoneer is okay, but it also gets killed. It doesn't sail fast enough. Cannon attacking the castle. We'll have chemistry, heavy scorpion, and gold mining for DuDuZhu. And he'll go for a forward wall. Still not pushing into Terz yet. And some scorpions will roll forward. He will lose this castle. There's no way he's defending. Oh, and he will lose the game and call it GG. Alright, well, he resigns with the score lead this time. Bill count still equal. Res collected still pretty close, but it did feel like the momentum was in Terz's favor. Yeah, it definitely did. Scorpions were not going to help against those cannon. So yeah, get your Terz cheers in the chat. Like I said, I know we have a bunch of Terz fans here. I know we have a lot of Terz fans. This is Terz Central in the chat. Military, that's a 20 to 18 KD for DuDuZhu. Less resources, though. Later imp time, and unable to beat the Turks. Turks are strong. Does anyone else in the chat remember that time Zero Empires called the Turks the best civ in the game? They really are, aren't they? Alright, so I'll have to get things set up for game 3. It's pronounced Terz, but yes. Everyone has a Terz inside them. There's a win for Terz, and that was Turks over Mongols. And now our final map will be High Tides. The Turks winning with... yeah, the Turks, the Terz civ. Yeah, how long will the last game be? That's a great question. That was a very good question. And I can take the moment to set my scoreboard up properly for it. So DuDuZhu will be the Italians and Turks. And Terz will be the Persians. You got me calling him Turks now. Alright, so sipping on this very valuable water. I don't know if my water is turned on yet. It should hopefully be soon. It's almost the end of the day. Yeah, so if you're just tuning in, I've had a crazy day of... There was a water main break, so they turned my water off a little after 9 a.m. today as they're trying to figure out what the problem is and fix it. And I also had a Windows update last night, so I updated, and my monitor wasn't working. My 1440 hertz monitor was stuck at 24 hertz. I had to unplug it and plug it in several times until it worked. And then I had to update the firmware for the, I guess the audio driver software for my headphones before I got them to work. So it has been a great day. I hope they fix the water. I can't imagine they leave it off past 5 p.m., but it's 3:30 now. So, yeah, it probably was a vibe-coded update. And here we are, game number 3. DuDuZhu will be the blue Italians to the west, Terz the green Persians to the east. Terz up 2-0. And with this Civ pick, we have seen Italians as a hybrid map Civ, but usually not with the same priority as Persians, Lithuanians, Japanese. Their bonuses suit them more, I feel, for open water maps. Not this very small map. However, late game, Genoese crossbowmen feel like a good unit against the Persians. They don't have bracer for their skirms, and they're very cav focused. The Limbao fork is capable of running AoE too. What is that? The Terzians? Hello, Duve. You play everything on Ubuntu? I'm jealous. And thank you, Jason Morhaney, for the follow. Terz go War Elephants, please. Chat would lose their minds if Terz were to go War Elephants. Hopefully he blesses us with such a spectacular occurrence. DuDuZhu would have to go a long time without resigning if Terz is going to get to War Elephants, though. We better, chat, channel some energy for DuDuZhu for him to get to that stage. Imagine we see Genoese crossbowmen against War Elephants. I think the War Elephants win that. But they have to catch the crossbowmen, though. I bet the War Elephants wish they were as fast as these elephants. And Hip Archer, thank you very much for using your Prime sub. Let's see if Stream Elements plays the alert. Thank you very much.
Renault is attacking our caravan.
Attacking our caravan. Thank you for the sub. And here we have Storefishville for Terz. See an I know elephants are attacking already. Elephants attacking already. This map is just saying to DuDuZhu, be careful. Your opponent is the Persians. He'll have these elephants. So early dock from Terz is the Persians. The extra wood they start with means they do their dock early. And he will start pumping out fishing ships. DuDuZhu will get his own dock up and probably get his own fish. Go for a sneak barracks in the south. I have seen that strat before. I have seen that, like, sneak barracks down there. Can work pretty well if you want to be super aggressive. Maybe with Japanese men-at-arms. Maybe with the Inca. Can you dock on shallows? Yes, you can. Yes, you can. And there are some shorefish there. Should be spread out fairly well, so you can do a dock there. And grab the fish right in front of the shallows. Should be pretty consistent there. You know, the old voice acting was great. The old voice acting. Far superior to the current voice acting. Easy shooting once, twice, thrice, and the elephant will be killed. Elephant killed the other TC2. Would Genoese have a bonus against herdable elephants? I'm pretty sure no. I'm pretty sure they don't count as cab. So I'm pretty sure they don't. They both killed. They killed all the elephants before I could check them, though. Yeah, they don't against the zebras, it would seem. Last week of Silver looks really interesting. I think if Chart beats you Pudding, Survivalist has to beat Say My Name 3-0 for Chart to be relegated. I don't think Survivalist will beat Say My Name 3-0. Say My Name looks like the strongest player in that group, but that would be a shocker for sure. Chart has been 1 and 2 in all of his sets. And definitely not off to the TTL season I think he would have wanted to have had. The pathing has the courage. TC there from Terz, snipes off to DuDuZhu's scout. I was afraid that was going to be a GG.
Yes.
I was afraid that was going to be a GG. It's not. He's just surprised at the scout. So both players deleting their palisades to add in a dock. DuDuZhu making sure he's nice and securely walled. Both up at pretty much the same exact time. Late GG. Well, we need a late GG if Terz is going to get elephants. Oh, also, I don't know how easy it is to tell. I just ripped the graph or the icons for the unique units from the game files. The Persian icon is bugged. There is no color added to like the the saddle on top of it. What's the rug on top of it? It's just a black void. The elite elephant icon is fine, but the normal elephant is bugged. And the UI maintains that bug. So there is up to the feudal age, both players. Double bit axe for Terz. Now you'll never unsee it next time you go war elephants. The icon is bugged. Fire galleys from all the docks. I didn't realize there's a picture there. Hopefully I have it there. Yes, it is there. It is there. Yeah, I figured adding the unique units there would spruce it up a bit. Now, the barracks for DuDuZhu found. Oh, he could get revenge. He could get revenge. Oh, he kills the scout with his TC. Both scouts dead to the TCs. Oh, Terz, you gotta type 24 in the chat now. You gotta mirror what DuDuZhu did. Ah, Terz, where's the sportsmanship? You got a meme for the Duve scored. Yeah, TC is absolutely insane this game. Oh, what will they hit with the demos? So, mirrored builds, 2 fires, demos for each, and ooh, the demo doesn't intercept the other demo. And DuDuZhu, oh, he could use this on a full HP demo. DuDuZhu, snipe the demo, don't lose the fires, no. Oh, it was great until it wasn't. And now he loses everything. Head down, very focused, here for wins, not popularity contest. Well, he's here for the wrong reasons then. Oh, DuDuZhu almost with the quick gate. He's not the Viper, though. You don't like the implication that the Duve scored isn't a serious place? And Duve, that's not an implication, that is a fact.
Oh my dear.
And, ooh, demo, that weak demo finally hits something. And Terz still pushing with the fires. Now, on land, both players are walling themselves up. Walling themselves up. And, ooh, actually, DuDuZhu might head to the south, hoping that there's no land military. We'll try to take the hunt. Make up for maybe being behind on fishing ships now in the water. Down by 1 to 2. Emu starting that with the copy pasta. Now people copy Emu. And Spear will die to the fire. That must be a painful way to go. Fishing ship destroyed by a fire. Demo will be used. 32 HP left, so a fire should be able to finish that off. And in the middle now, archers from DuDuZhu. Has the range at home, sending the archers forward. Terz has the defensive range, will do a couple of skirms. Remember, both players lost their scouts, so they don't know what the other player is doing right now. DuDuZhu can probably deduce that Terz is walled. Terz will do a skirm and try to do a reactive skirm. And an anticipatory skirm, anticipating the range. With the archers. There he goes, sees the archers now. He hadn't scouted the range earlier, just kinda trying to read the game, get the skirm out. 3 archers versus 1 skirm, though. None of them have any upgrades. Thank you for gifting Terz a sub.
Mongols! We are doomed for certain!
Now, Terz didn't say that last game. He said Mongols, let's go Turks. Terz is saying thank you in German. Danke für das Geschenkaboo. Geschenkaboo? Is that how you say gift sub in German?
فرمان آری آماده
Clutching for Terz. Shake a bonk. Now, German's okay in chat. I can
آماده
mostly read that.
آری
Presto.
And now Skirm Dance. Skirm versus Archers. Armor for the Archers. Fletching for both.
آماده
Now, Skirms don't have armor. Fletching Archers can kind of take fights, but not in those numbers. Oh, here come the Vills, and here comes the GG. There's the GG from DuDuZhu. And this, to be fair, he's lost the water. He's lost the Archers. Nothing really left for him there. Terz trying to wall up, and GG Terz. GG Terz. Everyone, get your Terz celebration in the chat going. You have a 3-0 for Terz. And we'll go check out the standings now, but just to see the stats at the end. Military, that's a 13-3 KD for Terz. Eco, 700 more. 2 seconds faster to Feudal. And the Persians OP didn't even need elephants. Didn't even need the elephants to win. And that's a loss for DuDuZhu on high tides. Sadly for him, his Italians will lose to Terz's Persians. And now let's check out Wikipedia. So, let's see, AV2. Oh, I know what to do. I know how to find Wikipedia. TTL. Vollgemacht, sehr gut, Terz. Alright, so how will Terz be looking in the standings now? How will Terz be looking in the standings? Terz moves up to 2nd place in the group. He's the first person to play round 4, but he can enjoy being 2nd for the moment. 1 point ahead of Classic Pro and Daniel, who play each other. So if either of them gets a sweep, that means Terz will be 3rd. If they split 1 and 2, then Terz beat Daniel, but lost to Classic Pro. So, tiebreaker situation there. If it's a 1-2, he would prefer Classic Pro to win, because then he will win the 3-4 tiebreaker over Daniel. But there's still another week at the end, and Classic Pro has to play DuDuZhu. So, Classic Pro might get a good 3-0. And yeah, DuDuZhu Stone Please, that happened, right? When did that happen? Yeah, that already happened. DuDuZhu won 3-0 over Stone Please. And DuDuZhu also picked up a win against Kasva, who is like running away in 1st place so far at 6-2. Oh, DuDuZhu. You never know what to expect from him. But it does look like he and Stone Please are probably the ones to get relegated. Terz fighting for the playoffs. Oh yeah, Classic Pro Kasva, they're still 1-1 because they had a game that, like, Classic Pro's power went out when they were a good ways through, and it was a pretty competitive game, so I don't think admins could look at the spot they dropped and necessarily award a win at one point. So we're looking into whether we can see if we can take the rec file and turn it into a restore file for them to continue. It used to be possible to do that. But, yeah, rough situation for them. Because unfortunately they did... The only restore file, since Classic Pro had a full... It wasn't just like an internet drop, his power went out. So he doesn't have a restore file at the moment he dropped. Kaspa has it, but he was playing for 2 more minutes. So, other than that, we have Jordan 1-2-1 over Margugu, the 2 of them, at the top of Group C. Jordan's 8-1. Sora Kuma now 7-2. Waiting for Doubt to play more games. Doubt is 6-0 so far. Feels like Doubt and Sora Kuma are probably the top 2 players in this group. It'll be fun to see them play. And then Prisma, winning Group A so far. Valis Valessa 2nd and 3rd. And Wide now sitting in 4th. So when do Doubt and Kapach play? Let me double check. We to spectator dashboard. Let's check the schedule. window. Schedule for tomorrow. Kapach Z40 at 14 GMT. Wait, Harry Yo at 14 GMT? They're doing Platinum at 14 GMT? Oh, they're doing 4 sets tomorrow. ACCM Nikov, Yogao Kingstone, Miguel Wide, Running Sebastian. So I don't know what I plan for tomorrow. I might do an evening stream and cast the Gold League games after Platinum's done. I might cast them after Platinum. Then Saturday, starting at 12 GMT, Sora Kuma Z40, Kapacha Doubt at 13, and Classic Pro Daniel at 14. And we don't have the full Platinum schedule for them. There'll probably be a third set. And then Doubt Sobek will be on Sunday. Do for Harry 2 fix for the rest of the day? I know. How long have I streamed? Only 4.5 hours? That's a short one today. But we did cast 4 sets. They were quick 4 sets. So, thank you all for watching. We'll be back tomorrow. Don't know my exact plan, so join the Discord if you want to keep track of it. Also, thank you again for all the gift YouTube memberships. I have no idea what those are. I think on YouTube you can set different tiers. Oh, thank you, Hulkdorfer, for the follow. Like, you can set different tiers of subs. You can manually set the prices. And I think my cheapest is like $1. So that might be like a whole bunch of $1 gifts, which is great all the same. But yeah, thank you all for watching. I don't know if YouTube like tells you what they are, because the tiers are like, they're like, I have like Paladin, Cataphract, and Elite Cataphract. And usually it tells me which tier it is, but it didn't tell me what tier those were. I don't know how anything on YouTube works. Anyway, as I said, we're going to end now. We'll be back tomorrow. Thank you all for watching.